We got 2 minutes, y'all. I'm starting on time today. This time. Hey, Karen. Welcome back. Thanks for coming back, you guys. We won't be here as long tonight because I've pretty much finished the majority of the book earlier. So, make sure I can see. Hold on. Hey, late to the party. Oh, you are so welcome, Tag. You are so welcome. No thanks needed, you guys. I just hope that when I finish, we all leave. Um, with we leave with something, and we get a better understanding to everything and how it relates to things that's going on now. You are welcome. I'm glad you made it in time for this one. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and get started because I don't want us to get too late into this, and if possible, maybe we can just have like a little short discussion at the end of it. Like I said, it's not. I went through the first part kind of quick, and it felt like to me, so this shouldn't take that long. So this chapter is starting with Drea. Who this is? If there's someone on the live calling me, can y'all text me? Drea. Coming up, I was taught that every Christian has a past and every sinner has a future. As both Christian and sinner, I wanted to live in the present tense with God. I felt that my heart was ready for humanity and the demons surrounding me. For example, the drama of empty love affairs needed to stop. And I felt like I wanted to be checked. I needed to be checked. My ego, while insisting that music I do today is better than what I did yesterday, was not a 24 ego. I needed it for business negotiations and for confidence, but I was learning to keep it by my but I was learning to keep it by my side. If I got in front of my ego, it would run over me. If I ran alongside it, I would wear it out. I also knew that love, true love, for another human being was another way to defeat my ego. I was auditioning dancers for an upcoming tour when I felt the first spark of love. Yes, I remember you. We'd gone through 100 dancers to choose 6. Of the final 6, one grabbed my full attention. She did cartwheels and splits with the flexibility and the grace that knocked me out. I couldn't keep my eyes off of her. She was a brilliant athlete and also an artist in the way that her movements told a story. She was sensuous. She was sexy. She was downright spectacular. She got the job. And long before I got a beautiful, and not long before, long, sorry. Okay, I got you, Nate. Thank you. She got the job, and before long, I got a beautiful girlfriend. Her name was Andrea Lee. Her story and mine flowed together in a natural way. Her friendly sweetness and outgoing personality reminded me of my mother. She was also a firecracker. She won't me You won't meet a stronger person. She had the heart of a lioness. Drea calmed my inner storms. She was my medicine, a wonderful woman who understood my unexplainables. I made up my mind that I would introduce Robert to her. She sang R. Kelly, the performer, the party guy, the player, the music mogul. In Drea's company, I didn't need to be R. Kelly. I could be Robert, the guy without the swagger, who still loves cartoons, who praises God, and struggles with his worth and his sometimes overwhelming gift. With Drea, I could relax and reveal all my past, my secrets, and my fears. I could open my heart. Drea was more than just a great dancer. Like me, she could choreograph, and soon we were sharing that duty. One day on tour, I saw her in the back of the bus reading the Bible. You take that book seriously, don't you? I asked. Sure do you? Very seriously. How would you feel if I asked you to go to church? Drea asked. I feel good, baby. Church is what I need. Since the since the experience with the prayer circle, my heart had been a little hardened towards religious leaders. But I knew that God is bigger than any of his servants. Like me, all of his servants were flawed. Then we'll go to church, she asked. I love that, Drea. We started going, which was when I started to feel committed. I saw that my relationship with God was way more important than anything. If I was going to give up party life, God was the only way. Meanwhile, my sister Teresa had gotten saved and was active in a big church with a powerful preacher. She urged us to go to her church with her, and we did. The preacher put me in the front row next to Teresa, and his sermons had me up on my feet. I was shouting and praising and crying out the name of Jesus with no inhibitions. It felt good. Soon the preacher saw that I was catching the Holy Ghost and wanted to travel with me to various cities. Part of me knew that, like the leader of the prayer circle before, he was showing me off. But another part of me felt flattered and desired his company. He was teaching me the word. When Drea and I went to church, though, I noticed that Teresa was no longer sitting in the first pew with us. Why, I asked her. The first pew is for important folk. Come on, I said. There's no velvet rope in church. You stay up there in front, she said. I'm cool back here. Sometimes when I fell to my knees or started talking in tongues, I saw the little cameras, usually aimed at the pulpit, were turning in my direction. I was on display. This time, though, I wasn't going to let it keep me from God. I even decided to pay my tithes, and it was a great sum of money. You sure you want to do this, Rob? Asked Daryl McDavid, who had been my trusted business partner from the get-go. We're talking about millions. Do it, I instructed. I also wanted to write gospel songs and join the church's music industry. There, though, the pastor drew the line. I could sing along with everyone else, but as far as getting up there and presenting original compositions, they said no. My reputation as a bump and grind man didn't allow me that platform. They felt okay about taking the bump and grind money, but they were afraid that the Christian community would say if my music got mixed with what the Christian community say if my music got mixed with theirs. Fine. I wasn't there to argue. I was there to worship. Weeks went by and then months. I was doing well. Drea and I had become a loving couple. I managed to put most of my partying in the past. But a tour was coming up, and the tour meant the chance to party even more. A tour meant meeting a lot of female fans. Like my albums and the music I produce for others, like my albums and the music I produce for others, I want my tours to be successful. It's hard for me to concentrate on anything but success when I'm in that mode. A successful tour means parties, clubs, playing the road to get people to buy albums, guys going woof, woof, woof before you even come on the stage, and women screaming your name, throwing themselves at you. I can't lie. Sometimes it felt pretty unreal. I did get your message. The tour was about a week old when I knew I needed help. Temptations were up in my face. Women were handing me cards with photographs and phone numbers. I was with Drea, but my mind was wandering. I called Teresa and asked whether she'd come out on the road and bring her prayer warriors with her. She said yes. When they arrived, we went into a room and we prayed for hours. Serious praying, crying, pleading that I stay on the righteous path. After the show, though, three ladies approached me with an offer that blew my mind. They were fine, and they wanted me to join them in their room, just the four of us. They were staying in the same hotel as Drea, Teresa, and me. I said, wow, that sounds incredible, but I got to pass. I'm trying to stay on the straight and narrow. Well, said one of them. In case you change your mind, we in room 1305. We'll be up all night, just waiting. I told myself not to think about it, to forget the number, but of course, that's all I thought about. In my mind, the number 1305 was lit brighter than any opening night marquee. I told myself I'd go to bed early. Drea, who had danced in the show, was tired and was ready to call it a night. We got into bed and she quickly fell asleep. I couldn't sleep. I couldn't stop imagining those three ladies. Drea was out like a light, so I crept out of bed. She didn't hear me. I got dressed. I went to the door. Then I changed my mind. I got undressed again, put my pajamas back on, and slipped back into the bed. I didn't want to do no wrong. I wanted to stay with Drea. I wanted to sleep. But every time I closed my eyes, the images of those women waiting for me came back. I got out of bed a second time. I got dressed a second time. I put my hand on the doorknob. I leaned against the door. I slid down to the floor and silently prayed. God, if you don't want me to go to these fine ladies, give me a sign. Show me something. There was no sign. I wasn't shown a thing. I got back up, turned the knob, and careful not to make any noise, walked out of the room into the hallway. It was an atrium hotel where you could see people walking up and down the hallways below and above you. Room 1305. They said they'd be up all night, said they'd be waiting. I didn't want to go. I wanted to go. I was going. Walked to the all-glass, see-through elevators, punched the button. I was on 20. I was headed to 13. Just then, I looked up and saw Teresa on the floor above. She waved. I waved back. I felt convicted, but the devil flesh was driving my motor. There was no turning back. Elevator arrived. Doors open. It was empty. I walked in, punched the button that said 13. Doors closed. I waited for the elevator to start going down, but it didn't move. I pressed 13 again. Sensing something was wrong, I pressed the open the door button. Nothing. The elevator was stuck. I got my sign. Thank you, Lord. Thank you, Jesus. I had to stay on that elevator for a half an hour before the mechanics arrived to force open the door and set me free. The amount of time I spent waiting for my physical freedom helped me to win my spiritual freedom. I'm going to say that again. The amount of time I spent waiting for my physical freedom helped me to win my spiritual freedom. Message. I didn't go to room 1305. I went back to Drea. But the story isn't that simple. Stories rarely are. After the tour was over and we went back home, one of the women who had prayed me into the church started coming on to me. She slipped me her number and said something about how she liked to do crazy things with red lipstick. We met at her place in secret. We messed around and were ready to kick it for real when I stopped and started crying. We can't do this, I said. You helped me bring me back to God. And here we are doing what we know damn well God don't want us to do. She backed off. I'm sorry, Rob, she said. You're 100% right. I'm weak and you're strong. I need your strength to stop this. And so we stopped. Except a week later, she called and said something about a new shade of red lipstick. We were back at it. I was back in prayer. Father God, I prayed. I might not be righteous now, but you know that my desire is to be righteous. That's a blessing right here. That's a blessing right here, Lord. Right there, Lord. For so many years, I didn't even have that desire. I pray. Father God, that you let that desire grow. I pray that I become the man I want to become for you, for Drea, for the family I want to lead. I wanted a family of my own. I wanted a Cosby-like family. I wanted Drea to be the mother of my children. I knew what I had to do. When I reached the decision, I was on the road. Drea was back in Chicago. I called my sister Teresa and told her to bring Drea to the private airport where I'll be landing. Except I wouldn't be landing in a plane. I had hired a helicopter. Bring Drea out to the tarmac, I told Teresa. Get as close to the chopper as they allow. I want to make sure that she can barely hear me over the noise. I want her hair to be blowing in the wind like from the propellers. I want it to look like a scene out of a movie. I just want it to be, I want us to be in that scene. I want it to be the most romantic moment of her life. And it was. The sun was shining that day. The chopper came down out of the sky. Drea was waiting on the tarmac. I jumped out and walked over to her. Her hair was blowing. I fell to my knees. I had to scream above the roar of the engine. Baby girl, I roared, I love you. I took the small box out of my pocket and handed the ring to her. Baby girl, I hollered even louder, will you marry me? She was crying. She said something, but the noise of the chopper didn't let me hear it. Say it louder, I said. She said it again. I still couldn't hear it. You gotta scream, baby. I said, you gotta scream so I can hear you. I love you, she screamed with all her might. And yes, 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 I will marry you. I will marry you. It was as beautiful as any scene in any movie. A marriage, a home, a family, everything I ever wanted. A dream coming true. To make that dream even better, though, and to be sure it was righteous, I decided that we should have no sex until our wedding night. Drea agreed. It was going to be difficult, but it would be worth it. It would mean that for 8 months between our proposal and our marriage, love, not lust, will be growing between us. Our love will remain pure. I had a target date for the wedding, Valentine's Day. I had the perfect place for the wedding, Denver, Colorado, a mile high city closer to heaven. I could and did design the wedding so that it would look like a fairy tale. I hired a half dozen violinists who played heavenly music. God smiled on us and directed the snow to fall. It was romantic and the start of something that I believed in my heart would last a lifetime. Will you and Drea Lee take this man, Robert Kelly, to be your husband in sickness and in death, till death do you part? I do. Will you, Robert Kelly, take this woman, Andrea Lee, to be your wife and in sickness and in health, to death do you part? I do. And then with God as my witness, I pronounce you. Then with God as my witness, I pronounce you man and wife. We embraced, we cried, we were Mr. and Mrs. Robert Kelly. Flying. Here is the picture. Flying. There are two ways to be in the sky, flying or falling. I prefer flying. When the musical dream I had as a young boy came true, the cartoon characters chasing me turned out to be characters in a movie called Space Jam. The film featured the very song I had dreamed about, I Believe I Could Fly. The fact that the animated live action film was about basketball and starred Michael Jordan, who along with Muhammad Ali was my biggest inspiration outside of music world, made everything even better. If you came up when I did, if you played hoop, if you were raised in the streets of Chicago, Michael Jordan was the man. Even before joining the Bulls in 1984, Michael was the master hoopster at the University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill. And for us, Michael redefined the game by bringing a skill set unlike anyone before him. Not only did he have the most competitive spirit we've ever seen, he also had the moves we'd never seen. As a ball player, his he was poetry in motion. He could twist, turn, fake, and fly. He could hit from the outside. He could hit from the inside. He could move to the loop with like a bolt of lightning. He could slam with the fierceness of an angry eagle. He could shoot it soft. He could bring it hard. There wasn't anything the man couldn't do. Earlier in the 90s, after Honey Love hit, I was walking around the hood when I heard some kids screaming, Michael's coming. Michael's down the street to see his mama. I looked and saw a crowd of people waiting in front of a house. I didn't want to seem like a groupie, but hell, I wanted to see Michael Jordan just like everybody else. I wanted to see the greatest basketball player in history of the game. A few minutes later, Michael himself came riding up on a motorcycle. Kids flocked around him screaming for autographs. I didn't want to look uncool, so I stood back. After signing a few autographs, he looked up and saw me. Our eyes locked. A second passed. Did he recognize me? Hey, R. Kelly, what you doing around here, man? The kids got a little excited seeing me. A lot less excited, though, than they were to see Michael Jordan. I walked over to him. Michael, I said, can't tell you what you meant to me growing up. A bunch of other words of praise fell out my mouth. I just kept blabbering about how much I admired him. Hey, man, said Michael, I can't sing, but you can. Well, I said, you know I play ball also. What do you mean, brother? You ain't got no game. In a good-natured way, he started giving me a hard time. My game is pretty good, I said. I kept up over years. I hoop almost every night. Well, keep playing, baby. And more important than that, keep singing. Can't stop either one. That little encounter made a huge impression on me. Michael couldn't have Michael couldn't have been any nicer. Um, when I was about 10, George Benson's The Greatest Love of All blew me away. I had a desire to write a song like that. And that one that reminded kids that they can achieve anything and be anything if they believed and worked hard at it. Michael Jordan gave me a chance when he asked me to write something for the 1996 Park live action film Space Jam. I Believe I Can Fly became my biggest crossover hit, reaching number 2 on the Billboard Hot 100 and number 1 on the UK pop charts. Believe it or not, it took me all of 3 hours to write. Because the tune first came to me as a child, I really believe God actually wrote that song. He just used me to put it out there. I prayed over the project. At the time, I was going through a lot: lawsuits, backbiting, fake friends, and folks more interested in my money than in me. The song ministered to me, made me feel good, gave me life. It was more powerful than anything I had ever done musically. I've never gotten over my fear of flying in airplanes and don't think I ever will. You have to practically knock me out and throw me in the baggage compartment to get me on a plane. Isn't it strange that a guy who hates flying can pen an anthem about soaring the sky? This is the only one reason I am convinced God was involved. He put that particular song out there for everybody, including me, who needed to believe that they can achieve, that they can rise above any challenge. My mother used to always tell me, meet greatness where it is, which meant we all walk on the ground. I tried to remember her words when I was hanging with Michael Jackson or Michael Jordan. But every now and then I had to pinch myself. One of those times was when we was playing a game of one-on-one with Jordan. I was inspired by the fact that he was so approachable and down to earth. The score was 32-1. I may have lost pretty badly, but I won a chance to play against the man. Years later, after the movie came out and the song started soaring, I kept thinking about the first time I met Michael Jordan outside his mother's house on that Chicago street. I Believe I Could Fly traveled all around the world, won 3 Grammys, and so many other awards. I can't I can't remember them all. It launched me into a new orbit. Until then, I had been seen as a sexy R&B singer. I could talk about the crotch on you. I could get the ladies to sex me, hump, bounce, and go down low. I could sing pretty ballads asking you to step in my room. But before I Believe I Could Fly, if someone had asked a music critic if R. Kelly could write a purely inspirational song, the answer would have been, you kidding? Not R. Kelly. He too busy bumping and grinding. Maybe the only one who wasn't surprised at the success of I Believe I Could Fly was me. I say that because these kinds of songs have always lived inside my soul. I call them faith anthems. These songs that affirm my faith in God, God's faith in me, and my faith in myself. They were as deep as a deeper part of me as Homie Lover Friend or It Seems Like You're Ready. I knew I'd be writing these kinds of songs for the rest of my life. I knew that my next album would have to go to a whole other level. I have lifted the bar higher, and which is what I wanted to do. After all, that's what Michael Jordan or Muhammad Ali did. They all went for the gold and they got it. Whether I liked it or not, my blessing and burden were to try to outdo myself every time I stepped into the ring of fire. That ring burned brightest in my studio. In the mid 90s, something else was happening in music studios across the country. Something as hot as the hottest R&B, the deepest faith anthem, or the most seductive dance groove. Rap had taken its place at the center of the music universe. Some singers started complaining about that, and some said that rappers only rap because they can't sing. I didn't see it that way. I grown up with rap music from the earlier days. I appreciated rap just like I did all music, and I recognized the stories. I was influenced by the Sugar Hill Gang, Grandmaster Flash, and Curtis Blow. Everyone knew those lyrics. Times changed and musical styles started to merge. I get upset when I hear a rapper say, "I ain't no R&B singer." They want to say that's soft. I'm not the guy that you want to say, "Oh, that guy's soft. He's an R&B guy." Because I'm not a fighter, but I'm a great finisher. I'm not a fight starter, but I'm a great finisher. I wouldn't say R&B and rap belong together, but sometimes they can be a great match if the collaboration is right. I understood that rap was an art form. The challenge became clear. How can rap and R&B come together? While I was standing in front of a hotel one sunny afternoon in Beverly Hills, the idea came to me. It came in the form of a drop top Bentley convertible. Yo Pac, yo Biggie. It was 1996. I had just left the lobby of Hotel Nico. We called it Hotel Negro because so many rappers and music business folks like staying there. I was standing in front waiting for my ride to arrive when I looked up and saw Tupac Shakur driving by in his badass Bentley. He was alone, and I thought to myself, man, this nigga got some balls to be rolling around like that by himself. Yo, Pac, I yelled at the top of my voice. He made a U-turn and jumped out the car. What up, baby, he asked. Just wanted to holler at you, I said. Just had to tell you that I love everything you do. Hey, man, said Pac, coming from you, that's a hell of a compliment. Lots of the cats say rap and R&B live in different parts of the planet, but I don't see it that way, Pac. I see us coming together, you feel me? Been feeling that same way. It's all the same thing, beats, words, and stories. Man, we need to do an album. Would love it. I'm talking about a whole album, a whole concept, a big game-changing record. You got it, Kills. Tell me what studio and when to be there. Gonna send you over some tracks, I said. Don't need no tracks. Just need to know you want to work with me. That's enough. We could just let it do what it do. God is good all the time, said Pac. We hugged and Pac went on his way. As the year went on, we made tentative plans to meet, but the plans got messed up when his schedule or mine suddenly changed. That didn't change our hearts, though. Every time we talked about the marriage of rap and R&B had to happen in a big way. We figured we were the two artists that could pull it off. Pac understood that we came from the same hood. We had mutual respect and mutual love. I go around saying no one is better at the rap game than Pac, and Pac went around saying Kells is the most serious R&B thug out here. Come September, it looked like my schedule was opening up just before the holidays. I set up a meeting with Pac for us to plot our strategy, get firm dates, and make the musical bomb that we both knew would explode all around the world. But another bomb exploded that no one saw coming. I woke up on Sunday, November the 8th, to the news that Pac had been shot in Vegas the night before. He had been rushed to the hospital. It didn't look good. 6 days after the shooting on Friday the 13th, Pac died. I was numb from the news. Didn't know what to say or what to do except praise God for giving him a gift that he gave to us. Brilliant true life stories. Beautiful real life poetry. Words that keep on living as long as there are eyes to read and ears to hear. On many different singles, I was able to marry my music with rappers who understood the natural bond between us. Even though our approaches were different, we complemented each other. Put them together and you have the best of both worlds. A term that stayed in my mind when I decided to put together the master plan that got postponed after the death of Tupac. I never think of Tupac without thinking of Biggie. Because the very next year we lost another rap icon for whom I had the deepest respect. Biggie was a lyrical genius. He was a musical painter with words. As he rapped, you could see the picture come to life as you heard his story. You hear a lot of rappers rap. You hear a lot of singers sing. But you don't see the movie in your head the way you do when you hear Biggie rap. We related in that way because I'm into painting the picture and showing you the movie of what I'm singing about. So it was a natural thing for us to collaborate. Something would have been wrong with the earth if we hadn't done something together. When I got to Biggie's studio in New York, Biggie was in the back room messing around with his lyrics on the track. And then he came out and showed me the first verse on Fuck You Tonight. While I was listening to his verse, I was already hearing the chorus in my head. I didn't say anything, I just kept grooving to the track. And I heard the chorus immediately. Soon as I sang it, you must be used to me spending all that sweet whining and dining. He stood up and he was tripping. That's it. That's it right there. He loved it just as much as I loved his verse. There was so much of a mutual respect between us. I didn't feel like I was working with just any rapper. I felt like I was working with someone who had a heart, someone who understood the significance of his own gift and of mine. And what if it meant for them to merge together and for us to get together on a song? Biggie loved R&B music. He never felt what he was doing was too tough for R&B. As with the other rappers I've worked with, Biggie and I shared a common ground. Even though Biggie grew up in Brooklyn and I grew up in Chicago, we came from the same hood. We knew the same characters. We've been through a lot of the same shit. Yeah, he kind of got some of the dates mixed up in here, y'all. Just like the same song. Or maybe the actual the writer did. Um, One time we were together on tour and we were staying at the same hotel in Detroit. It was late and the after party was over. The hotel lobby party was over. The hotel room party was over. There were still people hanging out in the lobby, and I was in the back of the lobby where they had a piano. I had just recalled that childhood dream with the cartoon characters chasing me. I remembered the melody from that dream and was trying to figure out the rest of the lyrics. Working on what would be I Believe I Could Fly, Biggie and his crew came in the lobby about 4 in the morning. What up, baby? Great show, baby. What you doing? He came over to the piano and I started to play it for him. I believe I could fly. I believe I can touch the sky. But so far, that's all I had. I'm going to tell you right now, B, that's a smash. That's going to be a big hit there. That's a Grammy winner, Rob. When I was playing it for him, I was thinking, he's a hardcore rapper. This is going to be too soft for him. But when I got through and looked up, his face was wet with tears. My brother, he said, they're going to be playing that when you and I moved on to the other side of time. I was blown completely away. Here was one of the greatest in rap, recognizing a song that was about humanity and uplifting people and feeling the power of the song that took me beyond Biggie the rapper or Biggie the writer. That connected me with Biggie the man. Biggie was the first person to hear me sing I Believe I Can Fly. That was a great moment. The death of Biggie in 1997 hit just as hard as Tupac's death the year before. Another genius went down for reasons I never understood and still don't. Just a couple of months after he was killed, his album, Life After Death, that included our collaboration on Fuck You Tonight, Biggie was among the first hardcore rappers to understand that mixing in pretty R&B with his raps made it more radio friendly. He also understood, as I did, that a club cut was different from a radio cut. Profanity had leaked from the streets into rap and then into R&B. We all got caught up in it a bit. I don't mind singing a lyric like I'm fucking you tonight in a club jam. I thought it'd fit into the slot perfectly, and so did millions of fans who brought the record. After that collaboration, rapper after rapper came knocking at my door, and I was happy to open the door and let them in. I took it as a compliment that they thought that I could contribute to their art form. When Fat Joe, for example, came to see me in the studio in Miami, he came in. He came with deep respect. Thug as he was, street as he was, the man was all heart. Kales, he said, you got to write me a hit, bro. I'll do my best, Joe. Fat Joe didn't come alone. His posse must have been about 20 deep, all hanging in the studio, watching and waiting for me to come up with a killer jam. Tell you what, I said, I do better when I work alone. Y'all take a walk, go to the beach. The ocean out here is really beautiful. Give me an hour and I'll come up with something. No problem, Rob, said Joe. Half an hour later, him and his boys were back. Got some, Kales? Matter of fact, Joe, I do. Played the track, sang the chorus, and Joe was all smiles. It's a monster, baby, and I like it myself, I said, and I kept singing the chorus. We thuggin', rolling on dubs. The jam We Thuggin' hit big in late 2001. Soon all the big time rappers were coming around. Got to the point that with a rap with Kale's chorus gave you even more street cred. Slick Rick, Dougie Fresh, The Game, T.I., Elephant Man, Little Kim, Missy Elliott, Wyclef, Snoop, Twista, Do or Die, Young Bloods, OJ the Juice Man, Swiss Beats, T-Pain, Ludacris, Huey, Kid Rock, Ja Rule, Big Tigger, Nelly. We all work together. Superman High, Reggae Bump Bump, and a slew of others became club classics. These songs became part of my identity, both as an artist and as a businessman. I like that identity. As an artist, I was working with other serious artists. As a businessman, I saw club tracks as a new franchise that could be profitable for years to come. It was like being McDonald's and realizing that even though cheeseburgers and fries so big, you would also have to make money serving up McRibs, which was always available for a limited time only. And that's during the Christmas time months is when it's available, just so y'all know. Um, Beyond the fact that marrying rap and R&B made good artists and business sense, the marriage was good for some music lovers. It gave them what they were looking for. What are music lovers looking for? First thing is romance. Life can be boring. Romance is exciting. The thought that you might find real love in a beautiful thing, and if a song brings you that thought and helps you to strengthen that hope, I say amen. Music also needs to speak to your spirit, your inner core, that part of you, your soul that can get drowned out by the drama of the daily life. Don't matter if it's romantic ballad or a hot, sexy song, music, at least the kind of music I do, has got to get all over your soul. And then there's escape. Everyone needs an escape. I need an escape. Come Friday and Saturday, Kels is going to party. You can't have a party without music. I don't care where you go around the world. You will see people in Africa or England, in Jamaica or Japan looking for a way to let off steam. During the week, we all walked around stiff and uptight. We had to be careful what we said to our boss or our teacher or our coworkers. We have to watch every step we take and every word that comes out our mouths. Come the weekend, we tired of holding it in. We got to let it out. We need release. We need relief. We need the club and all the good feelings that the club brings. Being up in the club in VIP with the greatest rappers whoever rocked the mic made me proud. Made me feel like I was living right where my people were living. Like I said in my first album, my career was born in the 90s and I wanted to be part of my times. And it was and remains a great blessing that I could swing back and forth between two cultures. Maybe I can even contribute to a conversation between the two cultures. When it came to music, there was no shame in my game. I am the best when I am wanted. And whoever reaches out to me is going to get my best. Being on the rappers, bring on the rappers, baby. Let them keep dreaming of the big dream where the R&B and rap share the biggest stage in the world. Where R&B and rap go on the biggest tour. That dream was deep in my soul and it was going to happen. It had to. So this is a picture of Rob when he joined the semi-pro league. I think it was called the Atlanta C somebody. Hold on. You need my shirt? I had got this made right when the trial ended, but I haven't been back on live, so I never got a chance to really wear it. So let me know. Okay. So semi-pro. My love of basketball is serious. So serious that I can't imagine life without it. Playing professionally was something I always wanted. It was my first and only dream before I met Miss Lena McLean. Basketball is in my blood. Sorry, y'all. When I get old and I'll be shooting outside the arc from a wheelchair. My career was blowing up. Let me turn this light up, y'all. I'm sorry. My career was blowing up so big until I needed a break from the craziness. I was doing too much too quick. Taking off 3 or 4 nights a week to hoop wasn't enough. There were too many gigs, too many videos, too many artists wanted me to produce them, too many songs playing inside my head. I had to stop. I wanted to play ball full time to prove to myself that I could do more than one thing professionally. And I did it. I put my career on hold for a season while in 1997, at the age of 30, I signed up with the Atlantic City Seagulls, a semi-pro team in United States Basketball League. There was no public relations. This was no public relations stunt. I was doing it for myself. 2 months before the trials, I started getting in serious shape through the demanding program designed by Coach Mann. It was torture. We got to the gym at the crack of dawn, did those suicides, running up and down the court like my life was on the line, did drills for hours on end, and when it came to conditioning, I didn't play around. I got into the best shape of my life. If it weren't for the hand, if it wasn't for the hard ass direction of coach, I would have never made it. When trials rolled around, I was there. I performed at the top of my game and made the team. Some folks said it was only I only made it because I was famous. That the team thought it would draw bigger crowds with me on the team. That that might have been part of the thinking, but I know damn well I could have been selected even if I didn't have game. Oh, wait, I'm sorry. But I know damn well I wouldn't have been selected if I didn't have game. When reporters got on the coach for putting me on the team, he said, Rob showed up in great shape. He is an effective open jumper. He has an effective open jumper. He can dribble. He can read the defense, and overall, he has fine skill set. He's also a worker. He hasn't missed a practice. Some of the guys thought he act like a star, but he hasn't. Rob has become one of the guys, a teammate who everyone likes. He come to play and to win. In our first game, the highlight came when I went up on defense and smacked the ball away from the opposing forward. Nathan Morris, the singer from Boys to Men, was going to the hoop. The crowd went crazy. The crowd was usually with me when I was put into the game. In our home opener, we crushed the Connecticut Seahawks by 30 points. I only got 5 minutes of playing time, but able to draw a hard foul and make both my free throws. I soon realized that my opponents were playing extra tough against me. No one wanted to have his coach say, I can't believe R. Kelly took you to the hole. Or I can't believe you let R. Kelly shoot a jumper in your face. Guys wanted to make me look bad. I can't say that I was a league leader, but I hung in the game after game. I stayed in shape. I hit a few hard shots and mostly I avoided humiliation. I believe I did myself proud. Most importantly, I knew if there ever came a time to write my story, there'd be a chapter called Semi Pro. It's the title I wear proudly. When the season was over, there were hugs all around. My teammates and coaches all said I contributed to the championship season, and that was enough for me. Meanwhile, music was calling me back to the studio. Angel. Don't even think about it, Rob. It ain't gonna happen. Why? The public sees you as an R&B thug, said this music exec. Celine Dion is a white Canadian woman with a squeaky clean image. Her people are never gonna let her sing some song with a black dude from the hood. It's a ballad, and I wrote for her. It's a love song. That makes it even worse. She won't go near it. Do you know her eyes? I don't need to. I know how this business works. You running in the lane, and she's running in another. What about I believe I could fly, ass? That crossed over to every lane there is. Yes, but you sang that alone. Give her an R. Kelly song she can sing along, and she probably will. Tell her you want to sing a duet with her, and she'll laugh in your face. I don't believe that. I want you to get this song to her and tell her I want to sing it with her. Sorry, Rob, but that's just going to be a waste of my time. I left the meeting feeling discouraged but not defeated. The exec didn't know what I knew. Celine was supposed to do this song. I wrote it shortly after my first daughter, Joanne, was born. My baby had asthma. One night she was coughing and wouldn't stop coughing. After she was calm and sleeping, I looked down on her and said, Man, she's an angel. A song about a song was about to be birthed. As I wrote it, I heard Celine's voice all over it. It had to be. I didn't hear nobody else on that song. I had my own connects. I get the song to Celine on my own. A week later, I was in the studio when an assistant handed me a note that said, Celine Dion is on the phone. Robert, she asked, may I call you Robert? Of course. May I call you Celine? Yes. And may I tell you that I absolutely love this song. I Am Your Angel is beautiful. I understand that you'll like to sing that with me. I love to if you hear us doing it together. I don't hear it any other way. Will you come to Canada? I want you to meet my husband and my family. I think you'll like the recording facilities here. A week later, I was there. Canada was beautiful, and so was Celine's family. Everyone was gracious. The session was a breeze. Celine was happy to Celine was happy to let me produce the song the way I envisioned it. We were in total harmony. I'm Your Angel soared up the charts. When Celine was booked in Vegas, she invited me to her show. She got me a killer suite and treated me to VIP all the way. Her show was off the chain. When the music exec called to congratulate me on the success of the song, the same exec who had been convinced that she'd never sing it to me, I accepted his best wishes. I wanted to tell him that he was full of shit, but I didn't have to. He already knew. I'm Your Angel came out on the R album, along with I Believe I Could Fly. It would be my last album of the 90s. I'd written so much new material that the CD was 2 discs with 29 tracks. The single that popped up first was If I Could Turn Back the Hands of Time. In contrast to the club jams, Time was old school. I like to think it's a song that Sam Cooke would have sung. I had originally written it years before for my girlfriend, Lanice. Then when my mom died, I revisited the song and it suddenly had a deeper meaning. I kept revisiting it over the years, changing a note here or a lyric there. I always felt it was one of those forever songs, but like all stories, I knew it had to have its special place in time. If I could only be patient, the spirit would tell me when it was time to release it. It came out at a special time in my life. In 1998, Drea had given birth to our daughter Joanne, named after my mom. What a moment. For years, people would tell me, Rob, we made babies to your music. I achieved one of the goals I set back on my porch with my mom and her friends. Well, I got to the point where I wanted to make babies to my own. When I learned Drea was pregnant, I was overjoyed. My dream of a family was coming true. I gotta confess though, that night Drea went to the hospital, I didn't go with her. I'm one of those brothers who can't handle participating in actual birth. It's a little too intense and the stakes are a bit too high for me if anything goes wrong. Birth is God's great miracle, and I thank him for that gift. But the Lord and I agreed that I'm supposed to head to the hospital after the baby is born and everyone's all cleaned up. So I paced the floor at the Rock and Roll McDonald's near the hospital in the downtown Chicago. Rock and Roll McDonald's is about to be the nicest McDonald's there is. You can be comfortable sitting there for hours. So while Drea was dealing with labor, I was drinking coffee with 3 creams and 6 sugars and feeling very nervous until they came and told me at long last I was a father. The first thing I saw in the face of my beautiful, gorgeous daughter was the face of my mother, Joanne. Looked just like Joanne. Thank you, God. 2 years later, our second daughter, Jaya was born. And 3 years after that, my son, Robert Jr. After 3 times had me waiting at the Rock and Roll McDonald's, all 3 times had me running to the hospital when the word came that the baby was born. All 3 times had tears flowing down my eyes as I looked into the eyes of my children. They were, are, and will always be my greatest blessings of life. I adore my kids. When they were crawling on the floor, I crawled around them, making a fool out of myself to make them laugh. When they got older and started talking, I found ways to keep them laughing. I played the games they played, watched the cartoons they watched. I love being a father. In the beginning, Drea and I found ways to keep our love alive. One afternoon, I drove her 25 miles out of Chicago on Interstate 57. When we got off the highway, I put her on a blindfold. Why? She asked. You'll see, I said. I pulled up to the front of the giant gates of the mansion I had seen when I was 17 years old and a nobody. The same mansion I swore that one day would be mine. It had changed since I had seen it, and it was no longer the McDonald's house. The guy who I bought it from owned a black hair products company. He turned the original house into the Olympia Fields Castle with a casino and marble fountains and all kinds of things in it. So I toured so I tore down the house and had a new one custom built from the ground up. A surprise I had been working on in secret for months. I just got a I just shot a music video and the location was kind of like a ski lodge. I love that warm, cozy feel, so I took that look and remixed it. That ski lodge, what I think that video was probably I can't sleep. Um you can take off the blindfold now, I told Drea. Right there in front of her, beyond the gate, was the biggest house she had ever seen. The grounds were enormous. It's ours, I said. It's for our family. She didn't know what to say. Our dreams are coming true, Drea, I said. The fairy tale is real. I wanted the fairy tale to last forever. On Valentine's Day, I gave a big party and invited friends. We had a picnic on the line, and at a designated time, a helicopter flew over. I gave the signal, and suddenly hundreds of red roses were falling out of the sky. It was raining red roses. Boxes of earrings and purses came down for the ladies. And for Drea, there was an oversized Gucci suitcase with furs inside. That was that was a good day. Other days weren't so good. She ain't never talk about that, y'all. Did she? The love between Drea and me was under strain. Part of that was my fault because I was never your conventional husband. People look at celebrities like they're not human, but I'm just like the next man. I see a fine woman every day. Sometimes I'm like, whoa, wouldn't it be nice? It's like, it's the way that I was raised. I'm human, I'm flawed, I'm a man. I've always carried two cell phones. One was for family calls, the other was for non family calls. Coming out of the gym one day, I mistakenly thought I had hung up on Drea when I took a call on the non family call. It was a woman that I was sweet talking. Drea heard the whole thing. I tried to play it off, but couldn't. Finally, Drea just said, Robert Kelly, do you have something to tell me? I do, and I'm sorry. I was sorry that I didn't stop partying like I should have. I should have been more of a one-woman man, and I wasn't. And another part of our problem came from Drea's love of dancing. That love got stronger and stronger. From the start of our marriage, I made it clear that I needed our from the start of our marriage, I made it clear that I needed a woman to raise our children and be my best friend and biggest supporter. This was the idea I had put into the song Homie Love a Friend off of the 12 play. I couldn't fool myself. I always knew I wanted a stay at home wife to make my life work. Drea understood that. And being a strong person, she tried her best. But when we went to see the plays, like the Lion King or dance companies like Alvin Ailey American Dance Theater, the choreography thrilled her and reminded her how badly she wanted to get back into the show business. After one show, I made the biggest mistake of our marriage by introducing her to Debbie Allen. Debbie was Drea's idol. Meeting her was one of her true highlights of her life. I could feel the inspiration pass through Debbie into Drea. On one hand, I was great. On the other hand, it made Drea even unhappier because she wasn't able to dance full time. The time she helped me choreograph my shows weren't enough for her. She wanted to fulfill her own gifts. She wanted to get back into dance by employing a full-time dance teacher to get back to get I'm sorry. She wanted to get back into dance by employing a full-time teacher to give her private instructions. Naturally, I was leery. I saw his picture. He was a good-looking guy, all cut and buff. You don't have to worry, said Drea. Her word though wasn't enough for me. I wanted I went to meet the dude. Nice guy, real honest too. What are you doing talking to that man? She asked. Look, I said, he's got this real touchy feeling technique of teaching, and I have the right to know who this guy is. You got no right to stop me from studying with him. I got every right. The dance instructor became a huge issue. It caused heavy resentment, but I put my foot down, and then I came up with a way to make things right. I'm buying you a dance studio, I said to Drea. A studio? A whole studio. What am I going to do with a studio? Whatever you like, baby. You can teach there, you can rehearse there, you can put on recitals there. It's all yours. I'm even going to help you design it, but you'll take the lead. It happened. For a while, the studio made Drea happy. It got her back to dancing. It channeled her energy and gave her new canvas for her creativity. It was healthy and a helpful profession outlet for her. Our relationship, though, was continually challenged. Maybe it was me, maybe it was her. Whatever it was, no matter how we adored our kids, no matter how hard we tried, the waters got rougher. Then the boat sprung a leak, and that kept getting bigger. The more we tried to bail out the water to keep us afloat, the more the water took on. Neither of us wanted this marriage to go under, but what could we do what could we do to keep it from sinking? My relationship with Drea wasn't in good shape, but I was determined to rise to the challenge. And how could I turn up the heat? Okay, y'all just talking about yourself. Cool. Contagious. Miami was a hot spot. I could connect to the music, vibe in the studios, and sensuous vibes on the streets of Miami that had the tropical fever that pushed creativity. I was working on my new record when Ronald and Ernie Isley came to town. Ever since Ron debuted in the role of Mr. Biggs in our video for Down Low, he'd been calling. The Isley Brothers brand was back. Now they were looking for another hit. Wish I had one, I said, but right now I've been pushing hard on other stuff. I'm really tapped out. That's when the Isley Brothers told me that they had a death in the family and they needed something to uplift their spirits. They needed Rob. I understand, I said, but nothing's popping off in my mind. Can't you make it pop off, said Ernie, who was getting angry. Aren't you the guy who knocked off all the hits just like that? Well, Rob's still creative artist, said Ron, taking up for my part, and creativity isn't something you can turn on like a faucet. He's done it before, said Ernie. Don't know why he can't do it again. Rob don't need all this kind of pressure, said Ron. Or maybe he does, said Ernie. It wasn't any fun listening to the brothers argue. It's better that I have some time alone, I said, to figure out a song for y'all. Once I get it, I'll give y'all a call. We got a plane to catch in 2 hours, said Ernie. You sure you can't do it before we leave? I'm sure, I said. No worries, said Ron. You'll hit us when you got it. I will. We said goodbye and the brothers headed on to the airport. I started listening, feeling my way into the music. I understood that Ernie was down because of the death in his family. He was sad and wanted something to uplift him. I get that. But his feelings toward me were harsh and angry, and I was glad he was gone because those feelings could be contagious. Contagious. That word stuck with me. Interesting word, interesting concept, interesting experience, an interesting story that could link up to where Down Low left off. I went to the keyboard and started fooling around with a little melody. The melody captured me, and then the story started to flow. It's 2 a.m. I'm just getting in, about to check my messages. No one has called but my homies and some bill collectors. I two-way her. She don't hit me back. Something is funny. So I call her mother's house and ask her has she seen my baby. Roll my six around looking for that missing lady. Got back in, turned the TV on and caught the news. Then I put my hand on my head because I'm so confused. Then I turned the TV down because I thought I heard a squeaky sound. Something's going on upstairs, and I know nobody else lives here. Bump, bump, bump. As I get closer to the stairway, all I hear. Then I hear my baby's voice in my ear screaming out, "You're contagious. Touch me, baby. Give me what you got." And then a man said, "Sexy lady, drive me crazy, drive me wild." Contagious was the name of the song. Contagious was what I had been looking for. Contagious was perfect for the Isleys. Get Ronald Isley on the phone, I told my assistant. A couple of minutes later, my assistant said, "They're at the airport. They're about to get on the plane." Tell them not to. Tell them to turn around and come back to the studio. They came, listened to Contagious, and fell immediately in love with the song. When we gonna get it? Asked Ernie. Now, I said. Just like that, he said, reminding me of what he had said before. Yes, sir, I said, just like that. A few weeks later, the record dropped and blew up. After all, it was contagious. Insecurity is also contagious. I encountered a lot of insecurity when I worked with songs, when I worked on songs inspired by the Martin Lawrence Eddie Murphy movie called Life from Maxwell, an upcoming an up and coming R&B singer. Wyclef Jean did the score while I wrote and produced 10 original songs for that soundtrack. I used artists that I loved. I had the great Kelly Price sing It's Gonna Rain. The Isleys did Speechless. DJ Quick and I, It's Like Every Day. Brian McKnight sang Discovery. Trisha Yearwood, the wonderful country singer, did Follow the Wind. When it came time for the title song, Life, I heard it for Casey and JoJo. I did not know that he did that whole, I knew he did a song. I didn't know he did that whole soundtrack out. When it came a time for the title song, Life, I heard it for Casey and JoJo. When Maxwell heard Life, though, he wanted to sing it. This was a hardcore song, I told him, about a long time in jail. It's not about something you can relate to. I relate to the fact that it's a title song, he said. Makes no difference, bro. I wrote the song for you that's just as good, even better. But it's not just a title song. Just listen to it, I said. I played Fortunate. I knew the song was a killer. Record this, I said, and you'll have a smash. You'll be able to tour behind it for the rest of your life. I still like the Life track. Forget Life. Cut Fortunate. I don't think so, he said. I pulled out. If he didn't want to sing it, I would. Then his manager called and said Maxwell changed his mind. He had a little pad he wanted to add to the song. Was that okay with me? It's all good, baby, I said. I'm telling you, the song's a smash. Maxwell's version of Fortune went #1. It was the biggest selling hit. It was one of the biggest selling hits in 1999 and won him the Billboard Award, the Soul Train Award, and a Grammy nomination. When they gonna learn to listen to this man? World's greatest. Picture of Mr. Muhammad Ali. Thank you. World's greatest. Hollywood kept calling. I did Gotham City, a hit for Batman and Robin. And today, 2 songs for Samuel L. Jackson's redo of Shaft, Bad Man and Up and Out of Here. Best of all, the producers of Ali asked for a song. I knew I had to find a groove that would float like a butterfly and sting like a bee. I knew I'd have to call it the world's greatest. I knew the words would have to honor this man in a way to make both of us proud. I prayed for the right words, and God blessed me right away. I am a mountain. I am a tall tree. Oh, I am a swift wind sweeping the country. I am a river down in the valley. I am a vision, and I can see clearly. If anybody asks you who I am, just stand up tall, look them in the face and say, I am that star up in the sky. I am the mountain peak up high. I made it. I'm the world's greatest. I am that little bit of hope when my back's against the rope. I can feel it. I am the world's greatest. I am a giant. I am an eagle. I am a lion down in the jungle. I am a marching band. I am the people. I am a helping hand, and I am a hero. When the film premiered in Chicago, the arrangements got messed up, and I found myself far from Muhammad Ali's entourage. When he found out, he sent word and had me sit right next to him during the show. Man, you talk about a brother being proud. To have any connection with Ali was an honor of honors. That's a big connection, Robert said. Muhammad Ali, because you got Sam Cooke in your soul. That connection is strong as steel. As the movie showed, Ali and Sam had been close. Sitting next to Ali was bringing me closer to Sam. I always had it in my mind to do something for Ali that he remembered forever. The World's Greatest was a cool song, but it didn't convey everything I felt for him. A few years later, the idea hit me. Like mine, his birthday is in January. I'm on the 8th. He's on the 17th. I'm on the 13th. And I thought that the best gift I could possibly give him was an evening with Sam Cooke. I planned a live concert at my house where I played the part of Sam. The living room is is as large as a ballroom, and for this special night, we built the stage right in my living room. The first person I invited was Ali, and when I learned he couldn't come, I arranged to film it and send him a copy with a card that said "Happy Birthday to the Greatest." I invited about 1,000 people and told them to dress in period clothing. I made my band study the original arrangements for Sam's biggest hits. I brought in backup singers and dancers and spared no expense. I dressed in black tux and a black bow tie, and for the hour I became Sam Cooke. I sang my heart out for Ali, knowing that this was his man. When it came time for a change is gonna come, I had to stop and talk about me and my mother, and how she told me that one day my change will come, and how I entertained princes and kings. Far as I was concerned, there was no royalty more regal than Ali, no man more instrumental in instilling pride and courage in young black men. After he reached in, After he watched the video at his home in Louisville, he called me to say that the show brought him to tears. "You sure Sam ain't your daddy?" he asked. "Pretty sure," I said. "Well, you sing like his son." I never had a nicer compliment than that. Ali influenced me to do something I'd never done before. It happened in New York City, where I was booked on a popular late night show. They would put it on my makeup when I looked in the mirror and saw the show host watching dogs do flips through hoops. After the flips, the trainer, a white guy, went to the couch to talk to the show host. He said some funny shit, and it was a good interview. I started wondering, after I sing I Believe I Could Fly, am I going on that couch? "No," my manager said. "You just sing, no interview." "Why?" "We just want to sell records. We don't need no interview." But if I want to interview, but what if I want to interview? If the dog trainer can be interviewed, why can't the singer? It doesn't make sense to me. Don't make trouble, just sing. The more I thought about it, the more I didn't want to just sing. I wanted to talk to the host. Ali came to mind, and when he was told what he couldn't do, he flat out refused to accept it. He lived life on his terms, not the unfair terms offered to him. That's what made him a leader. On the monitor, the announcer was saying, "Up next, R. Kelly." No, R. Kelly was not up next. R. Kelly was out of there. R. Kelly was leaving, getting in his car, and going to McDonald's. When the driver was about to pull away, the woman producer ran after me. "Mr. Kelly," she said, "don't worry, we'll be glad to interview you." I went back in, went on TV, and sang my song before walking over to the couch. In his hip style, the host cracked at me. In my own style, I cracked right back at him. We kicked it for a while. It was cool. My point had been made. That's funny. R&B thug. R&B thug. Okay. The 90s was nothing but hits. So I was eager to start off the new decade in the fresh millennium with even more energy. I wanted to make some more impact. I wanted my first record in the 2000s to be something that referred to the past but defined the future. I wanted it to be an album that showed all sides of me and that would appeal to both my male and female fans. I called it TP2.com, the 12 play edition, which really started with into the 90s, what was continuing, but this time I was taking it to the next level. The first single that was released was "I Wish," a song I had planned to do with Tupac. I originally wrote it with a friend of mine who was supposed to go out to the club with, but I had got so caught up in the recording studio that I told my friend to go without me. He died that night in a car accident, and I wrote the song. I thought it would be perfect for me and Pac. You can hear Tupac's flow all over the way I sung and spoke the verses. The drama is about loss, not about the loss we felt when Tupac left this earth to go to a better place, but the loss we feel whenever a homie has moved on too soon. Violence is an ugly thing, and I wish is a prayer for all the violence to stop. Fiesta was the next breakout. On the album, I had Boo and Gotti rapping. On the remix, Jay-Z came aboard, and we had a smash hit. Because TP2.com was the official follow-up to 12 Play, I couldn't ignore the sexual theme. Strip for You pretty much represents the whole concept of the album. I couldn't imitate or just redo 12 Play. I needed to figure out how to make it differently, but still be the same thing at the same time. I also had to continue the realness. I also had to continue the realness, so I had to flip it. So on Strip for You, instead of girl stripping for me, I pulled a switcheroo. I say I'm a strip for you. On the intro to TP2.com, I start out, hit it hard from the back, roll around to the front. I know you heard a lot of tracks, but 12 Play is what you want. When you're talking about sex, it doesn't get more real than that. This time I wanted to try to get a bit more out there, but at the same time, I was really being sarcastic. I was being a little bit sarcastic, but creative at the same time and saying, hey, I know what you want. And on The Greatest Sex, I paint the scene of a bigger canvas. It's great sex, yes, but it's spiritual sex. When the lovemaking leads to the birth of a child, when I wrote it, I told people it felt like a sexual I Believe I Can Fly or a sexual inspiration song. At the same time, some of my music is comical. It almost feels sexual, but if you listen closely, it's really funny. Feeling on Your Booty was a comedic sexual song, comedy song, sexual song. Yet still there's a real song there. You got to be very silly to sing it, and you got to be a very silly person to love it. I like to make people laugh and have fun. When you go to church, if the pastor at some point doesn't make you laugh, he probably ain't going to make you join. You got to have a joke or two in there. You got to do something to keep the crowd. On the TP2.com, I also wanted to show people who I am and let them feel the real in the streets of me, not just the romantic Kels or the inspirational Kels. The song R&B Thug is about that. It's straight to the point, the streets of Kels. Where I grew up, I'm from the dirt, and a lot of people didn't know that. When they hear Happy People or I Believe I Could Fly, it kind of throws them off. I wanted the girls at the same time, and I wanted to let the guys know, no doubt, Kels is hood. I wanted to show the street side of me. I'm not a rapper, so I had to do it in my way. I wanted to conclude TP2.com on a high note and leave the listener with a message of hope. I wanted to let my fans know that no matter what they might be going through, a better day was coming. I put all that emotion into a new anthem called The Storm Is Over Now. That song is the vegetables to go along with the meat and the potatoes. Sometimes my music confuses people. I don't want people to think, well, Kels is just confusing. He's gospel, he's sexual, he's trying to do too much. But I believe in balance no matter what. I believe in good, I believe in bad. I believe in ups and I believe in downs. I believe in partying, but then I believe in church. And that's what The Storm Is Over Now is about. What I didn't know, though, was that the storm had just begun. A storm like I had never seen before. We are almost through. We are at the end of the book. We're at Act 3 in the Ring. The Storm. This is the picture. Okay. When you get to the best-selling when you get to be a best-selling entertainer, a public figure, you're opening yourself up to attacks and lawsuits. When you're R. Kelly, everybody wants a piece. If you don't give them that piece, they'll find a way to get at you, one way or another. After you have lived long enough in the spotlight, someone will claim you did this, while another person will swear you did that. It's all part of the game. I knew that coming in. During the 90s, I got hit with a bunch of lawsuits from several people making false claims. These suits were called nuisance claims, and according to my attorneys, it will cost me more money to fight the suits than to settle. The smartest thing would be for me to minimize the cost, or I wind up spending 10 times the amounts fighting charges that will be simple, that could simply be settled out of court. I followed my lawyer's counsel, and those suits were not about the truth. These people knew damn well I didn't do what they had claimed, but they had hooked up with some slick lawyers and were only about getting paid. I didn't like doing it, but I settled it. Should I read that part again, y'all? I have been blackmailed a million times in my career. I've been sued for ridiculous stuff that defies common sense. I can't say I'm used to it. You never get used to it. You just learn to accept it. A superstar becomes an ATM, especially if you're the only superstar in your family. Everybody wants something from you, and most people feel you owe it to them. Buy me a car, buy me a house, furnish my house, buy me another house. It goes on. And when you help your homies, they don't think you've helped enough. So they dish you in the press. All that motherfucking R. Kelly thinks about is his motherfucking self. For years, I tried to balance being a responsible family member and loyal friend against the crazy demands of the folk trying to play me. It always seems like I gave someone something, and it never was enough. It always seems like if I gave someone something, it was never enough. If I gave them a lot, they wanted more. If I gave them more, they disappeared until they ran through what I gave them. Then they were back with their hands out. Not everyone was trying to use me. Certain folks and family members showed me love without attaching a price tag. They never asked for anything. They were concerned about my welfare. They checked on me to make sure I was okay and not to see what they could get out of me. I love them even more for their genuine care and affection. Devotion minus the money motive equals pure love. Anyway, that was the 90s. Lots of annoying lawsuits, but they were pretty much handled easily. But then in 2002, an H-bomb dropped on me. After someone sent the Chicago Times a video that supposedly showed me having sex with a teenager, I was arrested and accused of child pornography. It didn't matter that there were real questions about the authenticity of the video, or that the girl that the prosecutors claimed was on the video insisted no way it was her, or that both her parents, her grandparents, and several family members said the same thing. R. Kelly had a reputation, and R. Kelly had to pay. So what if that reputation was fictional creation of crazy-ass music videos, sexy concert performances, and off-the-hook media hype that had nothing to do with why Robert Kelly really was R. Kelly? Had nothing to do with who Robert Kelly was. R. Kelly was going down. I was looking at penalties involving long-term jail sentences. I was found guilty. If I was found guilty, my career would be ruined in a single blow. Everything I have ever worked for will be taken away. I'd be taken away. My kids will see their father as a criminal. I knew the charges were bullshit. I knew I was innocent, but none of that mattered. The press had a field day. News outlets began generating rumors based on anonymous tips and interviews where supposed lovers, former employees, and associates who validated the charges against me. The media spread the lies with lightning fast speed all over the world, and I was presumed guilty long before my trial. The fury of uppercuts, jabs, and body blows were unstoppable. Before vowing not to participate in the media circus, I reacted like a woozy boxer throwing wild punches, hoping to slow the assault. In 2000, my manager and I had parted ways. I thought we parted on fairly decent terms, but then I heard he had sent a letter to the reporter Jim Derogatis at the Sun-Times, claiming that he had suggested I get psychiatric help for my supposed sexual addictions. I never found out if it was true, but it did bother me. I don't have to tell you that the wheels of justice grind slowly. Man, this case grinded so slow, I thought I'd lose my mind. Nearly 7 years. 7 years of having to ask permission of the court whenever I wanted to leave Chicago. 7 years of lies, folks scandalizing my name, painting me as a devil. 7 years of living with the sharp edge of repeatedly hovering over my jugular. 7 years of sleepless nights and scary dreams. I was facing jail, financial ruin, the end of my career, the loss of my fans, and the loss of respect and love. 7 years is a long motherfucking time to be facing that kind of nightmare. To be honest, I felt like I was already in jail throughout those years. A lot of was taken from me. My pride, my dignity, my passport, hell a lot of money. It was hell. I wouldn't wish this on anybody. Throughout the ordeal, comments from many of my advisors went like this. Rob, you got to put a hold on the recording. Don't tour into this legal messes behind you, Rob. Robert, this is not the time to come out with any sexy songs. Retreat until this thing blows over. The public isn't ready to accept any new material from you, Rob. Everything you write or say will be viewed under a magnifying glass. Better to say and do nothing. I disagreed. I couldn't see myself sitting around for years, twiddling my thumbs while lawyers fought with each other and court dates kept being postponed. Truth was, if I was going to survive this ordeal, I needed my music to get through it. I had to sing. I had to write. I had to produce. I had to tour. I had to connect with my fans. I had to work with other artists. Rather than retreat, I had to redouble my efforts, and I did. And for those 7 years while I was under this dark legal cloud, I went there and did more creative work than any other period of my life. I might have done twice as much work, but I turned the fear into energy, and I went to work with vengeance. Sometimes negative situations can be more inspiring than the positive ones. Struggle feeds passion. It fed my music. If I focused simply on the negatives I was going through, I would just have broken down. I didn't. My music held me together. Not only did I need the outlet, the release from the anxiety brought on by these charges, I also needed the pure joy that comes when I am writing a song. I needed the love that comes from when I'm singing a song. I needed God, and God lives in my songs. You are wrong, Rob, said one advisor. You're exposing too much of yourself. You're making yourself vulnerable. Good, I said. The more real I am, the more powerful my music will be. In the face of the charges, I was determined to sing even louder and prouder as I set out to make the most powerful music of my life. To me, this tells me why they need to keep him in jail. That whole thing right there, why? Because he can't do this if he's locked up. Welcome to the Chocolate Factory. And then you have the picture of the album. Welcome to the room I call the log cabin, the beating heart of my recording studio, the Chocolate Factory. For many years, the Chocolate Factory was nestled in the basement of my home in Olympia Fields. The Chocolate Factory was my sanctuary, the place where I escaped to when the weight of the world was bringing me down, and the weight often had me on my knees. The log cabin was where I recorded. I made out logs in different woods, and small and intimate and cozy. There's nothing fancy about the log cabin. I used the same mic I used for years. I sang my vocals right there where the engineers are sitting, and so that I could give them instructions and play something on the keyboard or play one of the many instruments I keep close at hand. Because while I was singing, I was also writing and producing. In the log cabin, you'll also find my main engineers, Ian and Abel. We heard of them. And my musical director and guitarist, Donnie Lyles. All of them worked with me for years. While I was hard at work in the log cabin, prosecutors were working overtime to build a bulletproof case. I can't tell you how many people making allegations were. At that time or another, the same people who had asked me for some sort of favor, a few of them was just pissed that I told them no. I'm gonna read that again. I'm sorry, guys. When I was hard at work in a log cabin, prosecutors were working overtime to build a bulletproof case. I can't tell you how many of the people making allegations were at one time or another the same people who had asked me for favors or some sort. A few of them were just pissed that I had told them no. Sometimes people presented themselves as friends or allies and then just straight up lied. I couldn't figure out why I was the only one who understood their motives. If someone messes up and you have to fire them, of course they're going to get mad. The money they were getting, the fame or whatever disappears. So anything that comes up about you, they're going to run and say, "Yeah, he did that to me." Or, "Yeah, I knew about that with him too." I tell people who I thought were close to me, listen to the facts. If you're going to have an opinion about something, make it your opinion. But whatever you do, don't go by something somebody else pissed off because they didn't get what they wanted from me. Thank God I had the chocolate factory. It lifted me up. It was a safe place where I could create and reach for the sky from my basement. As I faced the biggest challenge of my life and the brutal legal battle kicked off, I wanted to respond positively. I wanted to offer my fans and myself a big box of musical chocolates. I called the album Chocolate Factory and designed it in a gold foil with a bright red ribbon on top. Anybody? Okay. So before the album came out though, I wanted to release a single that explained where I was coming from. My life was on crutches, but I knew I had to walk again. I had many thoughts boiling up inside and I needed to get them out. Mostly because I needed to talk to my mother. I missed her so much. That's why Heaven I Need a Hug start with these words. Dear mama, you won't believe what I'm going through, but I still got my head up just like I promised you. Ever since you left, your baby boy's been dealing with problem after problem. Tell me, what am I supposed to do? See, I get lost sometimes, don't understand this place. Look in the mirror sometimes, I see a troubled face. And then the tears roll down and hit the sink. And then I hold my head up high and I hope the man upstairs can hear my cry. All these questions deep inside my mom. Like, if Jesus loved me, why he leave my side, mama? I'm still trying to get the answer why. You were a young 45 and you had to die. I'm always trying to help people out, and it's them same people trying to take food out my mouth. It seems like the more money I make, the more drama y'all try to create. The more I try to move into the positive, the more y'all don't want to let me live. Heaven, I need a hug. Is there anybody out there willing to embrace a thug? Feeling like a change of heart? And all I really need is a sign or a word from God. So shower down on me, wet me with your love. I need you to take me and lift me up. When I was through mixing the single, my people were telling me not to release it. Because of the court case, most radio stations had stopped playing my music. Naturally, that made me mad. That meant they presumed I was guilty. I was already being punished. That's why the song Heaven I Need a Hug was so important to me. But that's why you can't put it out there, said one advisor. Why? Because they'll use it against you. What's to use? All I'm doing is praying to my mother and God for guidance. I'm just singing what's in my heart. They'll twist it against you. They're just looking for material to make you look bad. You do better to find yourself a preacher and start meeting with him. We'll be sure the newspapers know you've got a spiritual advisor. I've always had spiritual advisors, starting with my mother, continuing with Pastor Lena McLean. But I'm not going to hook up with some well-known preacher just to make me look good. I'm not going to use a preacher to help my image. My image is my music, and I'm not some phony public relations stunt. Look, Rob, 80% of all radio stations have banned you. Put out this song and it'll be 90%. Listen to me. I'm right. I didn't listen to him because I felt that the song was wrong. I felt that he was wrong. I'm sorry. When my fans heard my songs during the trial by fire period, I didn't want them just to hear a singer. I wanted them to hear a survivor. To me, it's not just writing song, it's writing life. Whatever the story, the emotion, the calling is at that moment, I feel obligated to share that through my music. I put out Heaven I Need a Hug, and the response was strong. Radio stations played it because my fans wanted to hear it. They heard my sincerity. They saw that I was wearing my heart on my sleeve. And they started to send thousands of notes and letters. Little by little, I started to get airplay again. I'm going to say that again. This is a message. I put out Heaven, I Needed a Hug. The response was strong. Radio stations played it because my fans wanted to hear it. They heard the sincerity. They saw I was wearing my heart on my sleeve. They started to send thousands of notes and letters. Little by little, I started to get airplay again. The hottest song on Chocolate Factory was Ignition. I revisit the metaphor I had started with, You Remind Me of Something. A woman in a car. I liked it so much that I had to break off a remix and put it on the same album. In the remix, the groove got very danceable while the metaphors mixed together. It's the remix to Ignition, hot and fresh out the kitchen, mama rolling that body, got every man in here wishing. Sipping on Coke and rum, and I'm like, so what, I'm drunk. It's the freaking weekend, baby. I'm about to have me some fun. You lost your mind, Rob, said the exec when I told him I wanted to release Ignition Remix as my next single. You can't release it with those lyrics. I can't change the lyrics, I said. Why? Because they go with the song. They go with the mood. Maybe you got to change the title. Given what you're facing now, you can't sing about sticking your key in the ignition. I don't see why not. They'll crucify you. I think the jam's so hot that they'll have to play it, I said. I think it's going to get you banned worse than before. I didn't believe that. So I sneaked the cut to a disc jockey and asked him to test it on the air. That same night, his phone lines lit up like a Christmas tree. People went crazy for it. I immediately made sure it was released all over the country. Next thing I knew, I was sitting at the top of the charts. The band against me had been smashed by the power of Ignition, turned out to be a monster hit. So I'm getting from that, if he was able to be out and release music, the situation will be a lot different. But keeping him incarcerated is blocking a lot of avenues. So it's a different outcome now than it was before. So I'm starting to get hints to why he has no bond. Y'all could put in the chat if you think I'm on to something or if you think I'm wrong. It was important to me during that time to remain true to myself, to not sing about sex the way I've always sung about it would have been an admission of guilt as far as I was concerned. Since I wasn't guilty, win, lose, or draw, I was determined to stay true to myself. I was back. Chocolate Factory sold more than 3 million copies. But in coming back, I wanted to show all sides of life, love, and struggle. I also wanted to give something back to my city. As the case against me lingered on, I received letters and messages of support from all over the world. But in Chicago, I received a special, familiar, soulful kind of love, the kind that just keeps stepping to you no matter the betrayal, hard times, struggles, or doubts. I wanted to give the world's smoothest example of stepping, a Chicago dance style that I love. As I explained in the beginning of the remix of Stepping in the Name of Love, stepping is more than dancing. It's a culture. It's a way of life. It's a choreographed romance. It's special mellow feeling that flows between a couple when they're out on that dance floor. When you step, though you step in the name of love, that's the important part. You're not just stepping to score with your lady. You stepping and grooving in the name of love. And God is love. You stepping, but you're also feeling his spirit, his grace, his rhythm, his holy rhymes. You got to keep on stepping round and round, side by side, separate and bring it back. And if anyone asks you why, we did it for love. That was a strategy. To beat the accusers, beat the prosecutors, beat the haters, beat them all with love. They didn't understand. If you were hating on me, I got you beat because I'm going to keep on loving you. People kept asking, Rob, how is it that you keep doing what you do with all this drama surrounding you? It may sound weird, but I just kept on stepping, kept creating, kept loving. Love lightened my load. Once I knew my people were here with me, I was going to feed them the biggest R&B banquet ever. I was going to supersize my musical menu in the same chocolate factory, in the same year that Chocolate Factory dropped, 2003, when I turned 36, so that the R&B Collection Volume 1, a double disc, hot out the kitchen suite of remixes. As the court case built, the accusations piled on. I knew I had to keep on moving. I had to keep on keeping on. I had to stay focused and strong. I knew I had to keep playing hoop, keep releasing energy, and keep going back to the chocolate factory and making music. So this is pictures from the video Stepping in the Name of Love. Best of both worlds. Oh, this is a nice picture. I like this picture, y'all. The vision I wanted to bring to life with Tupac still haunted me. I wanted to marry rap and R&B in a way the world could never forget. I'm sorry. What was I at? I'm sorry. In a way the world would never forget. With Biggie and Tupac gone through, I wasn't sure who would fill the bill. But they were strong rappers, but I needed the strongest. For the first time, I had been thinking about Jay-Z. He had been moving up the food chain and building his audience. Our relationship had been cool. When he asked me to come off my download tour to shoot the video for Guilty to Prove It Innocent, I said yes. He came to the premiere party for my video, I Wish, a song from the 2001 TP2.com album. After watching it, Jay said he thought I captured Pac's vibe, and he asked me if I wanted to work with him on something. At first, Jay was thinking that we could do a single together, but then I suggested that we do an album. He was all for it. That's how the Chaos Jay-Z collaboration began. I was excited, thinking this could be a colossal R&B rap merger I had been dreaming of. Excuse me, you guys. We had already done 2 collabos. In 2000, I sang the chorus on Jay-Z's Guilty to Proven Innocent. And in 2001, Jay-Z did the high verse on Fiesta remix. We cut an album together, called it The Best of Both Worlds. The best of hip-hop meets the best of R&B. That was released March 2002. We announced a tour that year to promote the album, but those plans were postponed after the charges were issued against me. The following year, Jay had his Black album and wanted to promote it. Just back from Europe, he needed to fill up giant venues around the country, and I could help. The Best of Both Worlds did okay, but we knew that the real money would come if we made it together. In 2004, the idea of touring together and bringing the fans of the Both Worlds tour is what really got my creative juices flowing. Jay and I had finished working on another album, Unfinished Business, with some of the unreleased tracks from our 2002 collaboration and a couple of new songs. The plan was to promote Unfinished Business during that tour. I put all my energy into prepping and rehearsing for the Best of Both Worlds show. I had an idea for staging the opening frame. A video would run during the opening. 2 tour buses, Jay in one, me in the other, would be on the run, pursued by police and media helicopters. One tour bus would crash through the scenery of the right side of the stage. The other would crash through the left. Then we would join up mid-stage and do the title track, The Best of Both Worlds, as the opening number. Jay didn't love the idea at first, but he finally came around. It turned out to be spectacular opening. And from there, things went downhill fast. I went to that tour and that was kind of awesome, you guys. The most persistent problem was lighting. Since the start of my touring career with Levert, I've always been highly sensitive to lighting. It could make or break a performance. My lighting has to be exactly right. That's why I said, Jay, let's settle on a mutual lightning guy. Not your guy, not my guy, but a neutral guy. No problem, Jay agreed. I think you're right. At the show, my lightings were still wrong. The guy wasn't picking up on my cues. The dramatic moments when the mood needed to be dark and mysterious or dim and sexy or up and uppity was not lit to my satisfaction. Spotlights failed to find me on stage, and dancers were missing cues because the lightning disconnects during the routines. I try to contain myself, but nothing means more to me than giving my fans an exceptional show. I threw a fit. I'm a guy who choreographs his every move on stage. Now my fans couldn't see where I was on stage. I knew I wasn't imagining because I record every tour show performance so I can critique it in the next day. Every both every both best of both worlds tour tape I played back was extremely disappointing to me and didn't measure up to my standards because of the lighting. Finally, a crew member told me the truth that the lightning guy was Jay's regular lightning guy. I went to see Jay so we could discuss the problem without a lot of middlemen involved. I was sure that we could figure out a solution. I said, Jay, the tour is about making us both look good. I realize that, Rob. I know you're unhappy, but there's not much I could do about it. We could find another guy to do the lights. He's under contract. We're stuck with him. We talked some more. We talked some more. Promises were made. Things would improve, and I left the meeting optimistic. Later, he came to me and asked, "Would you mind if I use that throne you built?" "Go ahead and use it," I said, thinking that would calm the waters and get him to make his lightning man do right by me. I built this throne, a massive R&B and a king of R&B chair that I used during my middle segment in the show. The understanding was clear. After I used the chair, I leave it on stage so Jay could use it. What happened though was that Jay's people got the chair for Jay to use before I came out. As a result, people were thinking that I was biting off Jay's style rather than the truth. He was biting off mine. Another thing, before the show, Jay made a big deal about putting up a big screen advertisements for his Black album. When I asked to have a big screen picture of my current R. Kelly record, his people said no. If the lighting had improved, I might have let all that bullshit go, but the lighting got worse. I did everything I could, even simplifying the lighting cues for the show, so that I can at least have the bare minimum of lighting effects that I wanted. But even that didn't fix the situation. At one point, I became so frustrated that I left the stage during the show in St. Louis and went to the place that gives me comfort in the times of trouble, McDonald's. But this time I didn't go to eat. Instead, I asked the guy working at the drive-thru if I could borrow his cap and uniform. And for the next 3 hours, I served Big Mac's fries and Cokes to customers. As the tour went on, Jay's crew and mine were at each other's throats. Sets came to abrupt endings, shows were canceled, and all sorts of crazy shit popped off. By the time we hit Jay's hometown, New York, everyone was on the edge. Considering the pending trial and the unnecessary drama was hard to handle. Right before the Madison Square Garden concert in October of 2004, I received a threatening phone call. When Jay-Z and I opened with our first act, there was a dude in a few rows from the stage just glaring at me. He opened his coat in a way I considered threatening. I can't say for certain if he had a gun or not, but it was enough to put me on guard and mess up my groove. When I returned from my solo set, there was another guy in the bleachers opening his coat, gesturing like he had a pistol. When I left the stage for a costume change, I told my business manager and the promoter that I wasn't planning to risk my life finishing this show. The show's promoter convinced us that everything was cool and we could go back out. On my way back to the stage, a member of Jay-Z's crew pepper sprayed me dead in my face. Not only did he blast me, but he got my booking agent and some of my crew as well. I had to go to St. Vincent's Hospital by ambulance when they put little tubes in both my eyes to flush the chemicals out so that I wouldn't lose my sight. If I hadn't been wearing my stage stunners, the doctor said I might have gone blind. As I was leaving the hospital, I was met by a group of reporters all asking had I heard what Jay said about me on the radio. I told the reporters that I didn't know anything about it and that I had every intention of continuing on with the tour. It was only later that I found out that he said that I was jealous and insecure, and he called my actions foolery. When I arrived at the Madison Square Garden the following day, the tour buses with my band, background singers, and dancers were all turned away and not allowed to enter the building. In the meantime, several of Jay's music friends had conveniently showed up to help Jay fill the show and replace me. Even more conveniently, several friends had been there the night before and had finished the show while I was at the hospital. Jay continued on the road without me. We found out later that the friends had booked their tour buses 2 weeks before the garden show. Later, I did a press statement. The fans deserve better than this. I like the show to go on. It's a reality. It's really disappointing that Jay-Z and the promoter don't. Charges, counter charges, and lawsuits flew back and forth between me and Jay-Z, but neither one of us wanted to leave a bad taste in our fans' mouths. Our collaboration album, Unfinished Business, was officially released worldwide about a week after I left the tour. It debuted at #1 on the Billboard 200 chart in 2004 and went on to become another platinum-selling album. Although the concepts came to an abrupt end, our album delivered the full Jay-Z R. Kelly suite to fans. The truth is that although I'm a fan of his music, to this day, the business between me and Jay was finished. Happy. It's ironic that some of the happiest moments I ever made came at the unhappiest time of my life. That's no accident. The longer the legal nightmare went on, the more I needed to make positive music. It was only my natural instinct. It wasn't only my natural instinct, it was my way of surviving a negative situation as well. I was doing it more for me. I was doing it for all the people caught up in the struggles. That's mostly everyone. So many of us are caught up in a financial mess, a medical mess, or a romantic mess. They're hurting for some kind of help. They need to turn their mood around and take away the pain. Music is my medicine. It's better than any drink or drug. Plus, there's no hangover or dangerous side effects. Chocolate Factory had been a healing record for me and my fans. I wanted to outdo myself. I wanted to keep the love and party going. I wanted to make the happiest record and at the same time the most spiritual record of my life. So in 2004, I released a double-sided soul and gospel CD. One side was You Save Me, the other side was Happy People. I had to teach and preach my truth. Music makes me happy and saves me from misery. Name the singer who sings the saddest blues, like Billie Holiday, and I'll guarantee that while she was singing her blues, Billie's blues went away. Music cuts through the sorrow of life. It turns sad into glad. That was my purpose with Happy People. Like Marvin Gaye's Got to Give It Up, Wars, All Day Music, or Sly and the Family Stone's Everyday People, I wanted to give another lasting gift to happiness. Throughout the record, I am your friendly, feel-good weatherman, which is also the name of the last song. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, LOV, love, yeah. What's up, America and the rest of the world? It's the Pied Piper, your music weatherman. It's 11 o'clock, and we're broadcasting live right here from the Chocolate Factory, where music ain't just music, but hit music. Let's go. Step us to the floor. Step us to the floor. According to the time of Happy People, I was asked to sing. Around the time of Happy People, I was asked to sing the national anthem before the Bernard Hopkins and Jermaine Taylor middleweight championship fight. I wanted to do something different, so I did a remix and created a steppers version of the anthem. I choreographed my performance and brought real steppers into the arena while I performed. Most of the fight fans loved. Some didn't. Some said I had Marvin Gaye the Star Spangled Banner. Time.com described my rendition as an ill-advised smoothification of Francis Scott Key's original song. I took all these as compliments. In words of Sinatra, I did it my way. And for those who said I disrespected the country, I wish them love by pointing out that singing and dancing can be a beautiful forms of praise. And I was praising the nation with my song, just like other songs of mine praise God. God was a thing for the second disc, You Saved Me. The three-way phone call echoed the struggle I was going through. I could be happy and happy people by singing songs about sunshine and good times. But when it came to God, I had to come with all my fears. I had to come in a vulnerable state I was in. I had to call my sister and find my prayer partners. Through prayer, the rest of the songs flowed. You saved me, prayer changes. I surrender, spirit, leap of faith, and prayer. I always pray for my wife and children. I pray for them more than ever during those years before my trial, for the struggles Drea and I faced as a couple. I wished her nothing but peace of mind and happiness. Every day I thank God for our 3 wonderful children, Joanne, Drea, and Robert Jr. The bottom line for me is always family. Nothing matters more to me than family. No offense to God, but when my kids are around, you wouldn't want them in heaven. You want them to stay home. You want to stay. But when my kids are around me, you wouldn't want them in heaven. You would want them to stay at my house. You wouldn't believe the good times we have. There's nothing I'd rather do than tell them stories about princes and princesses and castles in the air. Their minds are so open. Their curiosity is addictive. My kids are my best audience and my favorite people in the entire world. I take them into the studio with me and watch them toy with the instruments with a skill way beyond their ages. They sing and write songs, and as much as little Robert loves his father's music, he might love Michael Jackson a little bit more. He also has his MJ dance routine down to an art. I love kidding and teasing my kids. So we're watching SpongeBob. I purposely started calling Patrick the starfish character. SpongeBob, the star of the cartoon series. That's not SpongeBob, Daddy, they scream. That's his best friend, Patrick. With pretend authority, I hold my ground. Hey, kids, I know my cartoons, and I know that SpongeBob, I'd say, pointing to Patrick. When one of their friends came into the room, I switch over and start calling SpongeBob by his right name. That's right, Daddy, they say. That's SpongeBob. When their friends left and Patrick came back on the screen again, I say, oh, there's SpongeBob about to get in more trouble. No, they scream. You got it all wrong. But now they're playing along, screaming and laughing at the same time. I love making my kids laugh. I also take pride in teaching them about success. Just not the glamorous parts, but also the struggle and the hard work that creates success. I've also tried to be real with them about business. At our house in Olympia Fields, Thursday was pool and pizza day. We spend the day playing in the water. I remember one Wednesday night, though, I came to them and I said, sorry, kids, but tomorrow I got to go into the city for a meeting. I can't miss this meeting because it means a lot more money for all of us. So tomorrow I have to get all dressed up to make a good impression. I hate to miss the pool and pizza day, but I have no choice. Daddy, said Robert, you promised you wouldn't ever miss a pool or pizza day. I know, son, I said, but tomorrow is super important for my business. The look in little Rob's eyes made my important meeting seem silly. On Thursday, I waited until the kids were in the pool before I put on a $2,000 suit, $500 white shirt, and a $300 red silk tie. I shined my best alligator dress shoes, grabbed a brand new leather briefcase, and strolled out to the pool to tell the kids goodbye. How do I look, kids? I asked, stepping fairly close to the pool. You look nice, Daddy. How about this suit? It's a pretty suit, Daddy. What about this tie? I said, stepping a little closer. Pretty tie, Daddy. Well, your daddy's going to go into the city to do this big business deal, I said, stepping closer to the edge of the pool. And I don't mind. I don't want nothing going wrong. With that, I faked like I slipped and wearing all my fancy clothes and holding my briefcase went flying into the pool. The kids howled with delight. I've never seen them crack up like that. When I climbed out soaking wet, all they could say was, oh, Daddy, you so crazy. Juicy Tuesday. During my legal ordeal, not only did I keep making music at a crazy pace, I was also kept playing ball like my life depended on it. I hooped almost every single night and try not to miss a night to this day. I never missed Tuesdays. They were the big night for the intense hooping. It came to be known as Juicy Tuesday. Excuse me for 1 second. I never missed Tuesday. That was a big night for intense hooping. It came to be known as Juicy Tuesdays. My niggas know I never miss Juicy Tuesday. That's when the best shooters show up at the local gym. Sometimes even NBA players came down to hoop, bump elbows with me on Juicy Tuesday. It was fiercely competitive. Because I'm a night creature, again, Because I'm a night creature, we sometimes don't get started until about 1 or 2 a.m. and play for at least 2 hours. When my team wins, I love to ride the losers. Boasting rights are big with me. I get a kick out of pointing out how many games we won in a row and how badly we crushed the other side. On one particular Tuesday night in 2004, I was warming up when my security guy spotted an unfamiliar brother hanging around. He asked me what should he do about the stranger. Ask him his name, I replied. After asking, the security guy came back and says his name is Charlie. Well, go ask him his last name. A few seconds later, my man said, he says his name is Charlie Wilson. The Charlie Wilson, I asked. Charlie Wilson of the Gap Band? I went right over to him and saw that it really was the Charlie Wilson. Man, I said, it's really good to see you. Been loving your music forever. I just didn't expect to see you here. What's up? I came all the way to Chicago looking for you, Charlie answered. The cats told me that this is where to come on Tuesday, so I figured I'd take my chance and try to catch you. I'll be honest with you, bro. I need a hit. I can't believe this, I said. Charlie Wilson is coming to me for a hit, and after all these years of studying you, the least I could do is write you a hit. Then you're willing? It'll be an honor. When do you think you can get started, Rob? Right after I hoop. Hang around, Charlie. The minute I'm through playing, we'll head to the studio and start working. After the game, Charlie and his woman came to my house, and I took them right to the log cabin. By then, it was about 4 a.m. When I was fooling with ideas, they fell asleep in the easy chairs behind the engineer's board. I was happy they did. When I started writing the early drafts, are sometimes pretty crazy. The spirit of criticism in the room can sometimes dampen my groove. I need to be free to go in whatever directions, twists, or turns the song may take. If, for example, someone says, "Oh man, that sounds terrible," it could throw me off the journey and ruin the whole operation. Talking about operations, later when I told business associates about how I met Charlie and immediately took him into the studio, the associate said, "You're going to write and produce a song for him without a contract? Didn't you want to have a signed document before you began working?" If a patient goes to the emergency room and asks the doctor for help, I said, "Should the doctor start by asking for his insurance?" The brother asked me for my help, and I was the man to help him. I wasn't about to do anything except help him and write the song. The song came out quickly. The creative process followed our real-life encounter on the basketball court. I remember when the security guard told me someone named Charlie was hanging around, and I asked him what was his last name. That's how I came up with the song's title, Charlie, last name Wilson. When Charlie woke up, okay. When Charlie woke up and I heard the song, and I had the song, but before singing it to him, I felt I heard something. I felt I had to say something. No disrespect, Charlie, but there's a whole new generation out there who don't know who you are, and I want this song to be about your name. You're introducing yourself to a whole new world of fans. You got that right, Rob. No argument there. That's why I want this song to have your name. Fact is, I want this song to be all about your name. You're not only introducing yourself to a fine honey at the club, but you're introducing yourself to the whole world of fans as well. I played it. Charlie loved it. Right then and there, he sang it. He didn't argue with any direction of it. He understood that he was putting on a custom-made suit that fit him perfectly. It ain't right how you turned out. It ain't right how you turned out hit so easily, Charlie joked, even though we were through. It's easy when I'm writing for you, I said, real easy. Charlie, last name Wilson, did what we had hoped. It introduced Charlie to the younger R&B audience. It was the name of his first single, a major hit, and also the name of his album, which sold more than 71,000 copies in the first week of its release. The album went to the top 10 spot of the Billboard 200 chart in 2005 and eventually certified gold, with sales surpassing the 500,000 mark. Charlie was back, and now everyone knew his name. That year, my work schedule was beyond crazy. There were songs I was writing for other artists. There were remixes of my old songs. And I was hard at work writing and recording my 7th studio album, which I decided to call TP3 Reloaded. The wait for the trial became even more drawn out. The pressure of the accusation served as my motivation to keep working on songs and more songs. I could go about 48 hours straight without sleep. If I did manage to fall asleep, and I did, will wake me up and shake me until I run down to the studio and start recording what was in my head. Like a cannon stuffed with cannonballs, my head was stuffed with songs. Night after night, day after day, week after week, I kept firing a cannon that never emptied. The legal stuff is getting complicated, Rob, one of my lawyers told me. So please be conservative in your music. Impossible. I couldn't ruin my music any more than a fisherman could I couldn't rein in my music any more than a fisherman could rein in an alligator. I was still reaching for more daring metaphors. I believed I caught a good one with Sex in the Kitchen, where I was able to marry two human comforts, food and sex. Girl, you in the kitchen, cooking me a meal. Something makes me want to come in there and get a feel. Walk around in your t-shirt with nothing else on, strutting past, switching that ass while I'm on the phone. I want sex in the kitchen, over by the stove, put you on the counter, by the butter rolls. Hands on the table, on your tippy toes. We'll be making love like the restaurant was closed. There were other sexy songs on TP3. I got deep into the slow grinding reggae jam, Slow Wine. I found another wild metaphor when I told the honey to treat me like a remote control. Touch me, turn me on, make me sing a song. Now put me on the slow, push enter. Now fast forward, girl. You got me programmed under your control. Hit It to the Morning featuring Twister and Do or Die. The Sex Weed. Girl, you got that sex weed. I just want to hit it. How do your sex make me feel this way? Like I've been smoking purple haze. These songs were cool and they kept my music engines burning. I wanted to be heard in the club and I wanted to be played on the radio. But my mind was also expanding into a different form. I started seeing way past a single or even an album concept. What I saw confused me. My music started to look like opera with a winding, connecting storyline that underscores human drama, everyday complications. You might see the other forms, the ballad, the club jam, the sexy dance groove, were starting to make me feel a little trapped. Trap was the word that played nonstop in my head. Trapped in a closet. We getting there, y'all. We getting there. Okay, trap. You could draw a lot of conclusions as to why during this 7-year period leading up to my trial, I suddenly felt like I needed to branch onto a musical form, into a longer musical form. Maybe it was the letdown from the canceled Birth World store that made me want to retreat into my basement at the chocolate factory. Perhaps it was going back in the time to take refuge in the period when Lena McLean exposed me to singing, theater, and opera. Maybe my legal dilemma inspired me to think about other people who were also under the gun. Maybe I was just feeling increasingly trapped and the concept was something I had to think about and deal with every day. Maybe it was all these things. Whatever it was, the idea of trapped in a closet crept up on me like an alien from another planet. I didn't go into the studio with the intent of writing a screenplay, but the lyrics, 7 o'clock in the morning and the rays from the sun wake me, I'm stretching and yawning in a bed that don't belong to me, just came into my head, and as I sang them, I could picture the entire scene in my mind. Unlike many other songs where lyrics led to the video, Trap came to me as a drummer in a need of a score. The song scared me at first. I had no idea where the story was going. It had a life all of its own. After after I was 2 minutes into it, still singing a verse, my crew in the studio started screaming how much they loved it. And I was just as curious to find out what could happen next. Their reaction fueled my desire to move from writing verses to actually writing chapters. Chapter 1 finds my character Sylvester, the narrator, waking up in the bed of a married woman. Her husband comes home and her husband comes home and he's forced into the closet. His cell phone rings. Her husband searches for the sound. While in the closet, Sylvester sings, checks under the bed, then opens the dresser. He looks in the closet. I pull out my Beretta. Chapter 2 opens with the confrontation at gunpoint. The woman's husband, a preacher, has a confession to make. He's been on the down low and figures his wife's actions are good enough reasons for him to come out the closet about his love affair with the man. As the chapter progresses, we learn that Sylvester's woman is at his house kicking it with a policeman. The same cop who gives Sylvester a ticket on his way home, and on until the complications it can't get any more complicated. Shh. One character had led to another, one scene led to another. More intriguing scene, one betrayed seeped into other wrecked out portrayals, and tricky situations became thicker, and each chapter ends with a cliffhanger. Yet everything was part of a grand scheme. Trapped in a Closet started as a single 16-minute song that I had recorded for TP3. When the executives at the label heard it, they didn't know what to make of it. A 16-minute song with no chorus and no hook. The president of the label said he wasn't sure if it was a work of genius or insanity. To their credit, they supported that vision and let me fulfill a lifelong dream of mine. Although I'd always come up with the concepts and co-directed my music videos, but Trapped was much more than a music video. This was a mini movie. I was involved in every aspect, from set design, casting, costuming, editing, and teaching the actors their parts, everything. We did everything like it was a movie, and a lot of the crew were movie people. In the beginning, I was a little worried about whether the actors would accept me acting with them and giving them direction, because this was my first time really working outside of a music video. But it was smooth. I gained a lot of confidence doing Trapped. And my co-director, Jim Swayfield, had great ideas about how we could achieve some of the things I wanted to do without having Hollywood money to do it. But I definitely was ready for the movies now. Even before I was a singer and an artist, I wanted to be a director. I love telling stories, and Trapped was quite a story. On TP3, I included the first 5 chapters on the CD, and the initial run on the album included the DVD of a miniseries. Before it was over, there were 22 chapters, and to be honest, it's still not really over. The chapters were more than songs, they were scripts. Soon they were long-form videos. I had played 5 different roles: Sylvester, Old Man Randolph, Reverend Mosley, James Evans, Pimp Lucius. Everything about Trapped challenged me. The writing, the directing, acting, production, the way we packaged and presented it to the public. The plotting of Trap had me in a creative heaven. I could let my mind fly free a million miles an hour. When I was working on Trap, I put the music on speakers in the studio and the story just comes. In the beginning, I had no idea what was going to happen next. The story itself, and I was curious as everybody else to find out. My biggest concern was about the rhyming, and that has had a interesting effect on my story. For example, after I introduced the character Bridget, it was only a matter of time before I came up with the character Little Man. It was like I was the novelist writing about how our lives were all interconnected, which was the point of the whole drama. As people living in a community and in a world, we are all impact one another. What I do to you and what you do to her and what she does to him and what he does to someone else is an endless chain of incidents with real life consequences. No doubt I am inspired by these stories. The soap opera that my mother and grandfather obsessed over every day when I was growing up. Everyone has a secret. Everyone has a closet that he or she is trapped inside of. And everyone, believe it or not, wants out of the closet. I remember back when Miss McLean's class at Kenwood, when she would play an opera and tell me I could sing it and write like that, I didn't see how. You think you can't, Robert, she said, but I know differently. I know you have this dramatic flair and the gift to tell a long story in your own style. Like an opera, Trapped was my very own hip opera. It's a long story where characters never stop singing. It isn't like a musical where there's talk, then a song, then more talk. The story is told in a wall-to-wall song. The single musical theme weaves it all together. And there's a conclusion to each chapter, a cliffhanger that comes to a very end to the shock and tease and make you want to say, what the hell is going to happen next? Let me show you guys this picture. That's just his characters, the different characters that he played in Trapped in a Closet. When I got to the label to commit to filming the first 5 chapters of Trapped, some folks doubted me. They warned my producer, Rob's a vampire. He sleeps all day and he works all night. I'm going to say that again. Rob's a vampire. He sleeps all day and works all night. And he never show up to the film studio for those morning shots. He'll never stop recording long enough to do a film project that this complicated. It'll be a bust. They were wrong. I showed up every time, every day. I didn't miss a single rehearsal or early morning call. In fact, one day I even got there before the producer did. Directing and acting and Trapped in a Closet helped me to feel less trapped. While filming, something else happened that surprised and thrilled me. My producer, who also produces theatrical movies, talked about Trapped being a script, and she called me the writer. I told her that I write songs, but I can't write. Hell, I can't even spell. If you pulled the music out of Trapped and just listened to the words, she answered, it's no different from the screenplay she'd ever read, except that with any work, everything rhymed. You're a writer, Robert. Believe that. And for the first time, I did. During the filming of the first 5 chapters of Trapped, I began writing the next 7 chapters. We released the DVD of the chapters 1 through 12, and they got nominated for a Grammy for the best long-form video from 2005 to 2007. We filmed a total of 22 chapters. Chapters 13 through 22 debuted on ifc.com, the website for independent film channel, all over a 10-day period. The website's traffic for that period, which normally averages 300 per month, skyrocketed to 8 million in 10 days. IFC eventually played all 22 chapters strung together as a movie with no commercials. The press was crazy. Everybody was loving it. Half the journalists wondered if I was crazy genius. Lots of people wondered whether I realized that it was funny. Lots of people did their own versions of Trapped. Weird Al Yankovic did one. Jimmy Kimmel did 6 chapters on his show, which featured Mike Tyson. The South Park did the Trapped episode that was actually banned in England. Eventually, we compiled 22 chapters, including a commentary remix and a preview of chapter 23 into one DVD called The Big Package. The songs and videos earned all sort of awards and accolades. Chapter 22 remains the biggest cliffhanger of all. It's the chapter where I introduce the package. The package links all the characters. One character calls another character saying he's got that package about the third character, and then all the characters start talking simultaneously about the mysterious package. The package literally become a point of a continuing intrigue. Because the package links all the characters, it shows how rumors can spread in the community and through society. I heard a lot of theories about what the package is. Some ideas are crazier than the next. Want to know what it really is? Well, I'm saving that for the next cycle of the Trapped in the Closet. Stay tuned. We are at the breakup. That's how much we got left, y'all. So we almost done. And most of that's just credits and things like that. Y'all still with me? Oh, yeah. If there's spam, you guys, can you delete them? Let me see. There we go. All right. The breakup. The story of the end of my marriage wasn't fiction. It was a real story. It was a sad story. Like most stories about long love affairs gone bad, it had lots of drama. And that way I had no different than millions of other people struggling with their relationship. It gets bad, it gets good, it gets crazy. You want it to work because of the love is what brought you together. You want to regain that love, make it new, make it stronger, and hope it sees you through. You try like hell, you fail, but you get up and you try again. You have kids, you know how much they want mommy and daddy to stay together. Divorce scares kids, confuses them, and makes them think that you're the ones who've done something wrong. The last thing in the world you want to do is frighten your children and mess with their security. But life can pull a man in one direction and a woman in another. No matter how much you pray to stay together, life continues to tear you apart. The collapse of my marriage happened during the same 7-year period when the court case against me was building, while in reaction, my creative life was boiling. I knew that Drea wanted to be doing more with dance. Over time, it became difficult for her to accept that in our family, my career had always come before hers. I understood her frustration, but at the same time, she knew the deal going into the marriage. I never hid how important it was for me to have a stay at home wife. I knew myself well enough to understand that nothing else would make me happy. In the beginning, Drea seemed happy with the arrangement, but people change. They think they want one thing and then realize they want another. That's life, I suppose. And that's why I started the dance studio where Drea choreographed 2 of my best tours. I thought the studio would be enough. It wasn't. As time went on, Drea's resentment grew. I could understand that. It's no walk in the park being married to a man who likes to sing about sex and attracts sexy women wherever he goes. I also can't say that I was as faithful as I wanted to be or should have been. There's another reason why Drea lost. That's another reason Drea lost patience with me. Towards the end, our arguments got nasty. Drea doesn't give ground, and I don't either. So um, she was actually getting into arguments and disagreements and stuff with that, but that's not what we hear now. She was standing her ground, opposed to what the story is today. If we're going out and I thought her hair was styled in a way that didn't bring out her beauty, she didn't want to hear about it from me. It's my hair, she snapped, and I don't need you to tell me how to wear it. Okay. Baby, I said you're a beautiful woman, but you don't have the right shape head to wear that hair that high. That's your opinion, Robert. When I want your opinion, I'll ask for it. Wasn't scared of being all tired. Okay, I'm sorry. Well, excuse me, Drea. But up until now, you've always been interested in my opinion, just like I'm interested in yours. Right now, I want to be left alone. So I left her alone. But the more time passed, the elephant in the room got so big until there wasn't any room left for the 2 of us. Once I was in a whirlpool at home. When I got out, I cut my foot on a bottle that I had left on the floor. The cut was bad. And as I walked around the house, I left a trail of blood. It looked like a massacre. I was waiting for Drea to say something, show a little concern, but she didn't say a word. Maybe she figured I'd take care of myself and go and get to a doctor on my own. I didn't want that. I wanted her to take care of me. She finally broke down, cried, and took me to the doctor. There were moments when we took care of each other's feelings and were still respectful. More and more, though, those moments when she didn't feel she wanted to deal with me and I didn't want to deal with her. We were living in the same house, but a million miles apart. Hold on. Okay. Living with me was rough. Under all the pressure, I had gotten out of shape and I gained weight. I'd gone from R. Kelly to R. Belly. I was eating wrong and not getting enough sleep. I was irritable. Drea said I was taking my frustrations out on her. She was probably right, but I have no ground. The way you're acting around here, I said, I don't even think you love me anymore. She didn't answer. She knew her silence would make me mad. I said it again. I don't think you love me, Drea. Again, she said nothing. All right, I challenged her. If you really don't love me, I dare you take your wedding ring off and throw it in the pond out back. Her wedding ring, by the way, cost $50,000. You don't want to dare me, she said. The hell I don't. You might not like what your dare will make me do. I'm still daring you, I said. Drea took the dare. She marched out in the yard and threw the ring into the pond. Plunk. Man, I couldn't believe it. I offered $10,000 to anyone who could fish that ring out of the pond. No one could. The drama built. Drea started talking about a divorce. It was in a fit of anger. I told her I'd rather throw all my money in the Lake Mission than give her one red cent. She said she'd take the children, and one night she did. She was even able to get a restraining order against me. This happened when my serious legal problems were getting more serious every day. To Drea's everlasting credit, though, she proved loyalty when it really mattered. Even as we were steamrolling toward divorce, she never badmouthed me in the media. As a matter of fact, she did just the opposite. In a long interview with the Essence magazine, Drea, the woman exiting my life at the time, vouched for me. When the writer asked about the charges against me, Drea said, "Come on, who will believe all that? That's why they're called allegations." Being a lioness that she was, Drea said her number one priority was keeping her kids shielded from the media madness in our lives. Although our divorce was imminent, one of Drea's comments in Essence article touched my heart. "Whatever happens to us, I will always love that man to the day I die." Somebody pull that article. Her faith in my innocence took some of the bitterness out of our divorce, but it was still a tremendous blow. As a kid, I always dreamed of a happily ever after marriage. The destruction of that dream was heartbreaking for everyone. Drea, me, and especially the kids. After I knew it was over, after I knew all the king's horses and all the king's men couldn't put Humpty Dumpty back together again, I decided to go to the movies to get away from it all. I went by myself and saw a love story called The Notebook. I loved every minute of that film. It was about a man and a woman on different walks of the sides of life who made it through all kinds of obstacles. Their relationship was challenged, but their love conquered one another. Their love conquered every one of those challenges. In the end, living in an old age home, they died in each other's arms. As the film credits started to roll, I couldn't move. I burst into tears. People walked past me, patted me on the back, trying to console me. The Notebook was beautiful, and I was crying because its hero and heroine had died together. Because I was also crying because I remembered a Valentine's Day when the helicopter dropped a rain full of roses that had came and gone. My marriage had died, and there was nothing I could do to bring it back. Still waiting. Still waiting. The beginning of another new year. 2007, the hearings, the depositions, the postponements, long years gone and the trial still hanging over my head, still praying, still keeping my chin up, what to do, make more music. Redouble the efforts I had made in the album called Double Up that dropped in the spring of 2007, 5 months before my 40th birthday. The title track had me reunited with Snoop, and on other tracks I hooked up with Swiss Beats, Nelly, T.I., T-Pain, Usher, Huey, Ludacris, Kid Rock, Polo the Don, and Keisha Cole. There's a story behind the first single, I'm a Flirt remix. Originally, the song was for Bow Wow's album. It was supposed to be his second single, but when I got a copy of the album, the song wasn't listed anywhere. Turns out they had made it into a bonus track. I love the song. I didn't want it to go to waste, so I decided to remix it and do my own version. I called in T.I. and T-Pain to get on the track with me. They blessed the record. From the bonus track on someone's album, I'm a Remix Flirt went to number 1 on the rap chart, number 2 on the hip hop and R&B charts, and number 12 on the Hot 200 chart. Double Up hit number 1, and the collaborations, including Same Girl, my duet with Usher, were big hits. But the two songs that got the lots of attention were the ones where once again messed with the metaphors. The Zoo was my very own version of Jurassic Park. Girl, I Got You So Wet, it's like a rainforest. Like Jurassic Park, except I'm your Sexosaurus. You and me hopping like two kangaroos, rattling and moaning out here in these woods. The other song was Sex Planet. Jupiter, Pluto, Venus, and Saturn. I'm leaving Earth to explore your galaxy. 10 to 0, blast off, here we go. We're climaxing until we reach Mercury. For reasons I can't explain, the song became a big hit with India rockers and made number one on their top 10 chart list in 2007. On the streets, though, the song that people were talking about was Real Talk. That's my shit. It was rough, it was raw, it was funny, it was real. I made my first viral video, Real Talk, low budget and raw and straight to the point. As year after year went by and the trial drew closer, my frustrations sometimes got the best of me. I prayed for calmness and acceptance, and sometimes calmness and acceptance entered my heart. Other times, though, like a caged beast, I got tired of being behind the bars of judgment. I was weary of folks assuming they knew everything about my life, assuming I just had to be guilty, and people were thinking the worst of me. I was just tired of it all. At the same time, I was listening to up and coming singers copying my style. From the sound of my vocals to the type of songs that I write and sing. That's okay in the beginning. I bit off the styles of Charlie Wilson, Aaron Hall, just like Ray Charles bit off Nat King Cole's style at the start of his career. Like everyone else, we need role models until we develop our own music personalities. Everybody starts out singing what they know, what they played in their houses, their neighborhoods, and on the radio. That's just the way it is. In the beginning, it was flattering, but then it became annoying when certain singers started creating press for themselves by bad-mouthing me. Suddenly, they were telling me what to do. From the first day when I was starting out into this very day, I would never in a million years tell Stevie Wonder what he could do with his music. I have too much respect for that man, and he came before me and paved the way for every singer that came after him. You will never hear me criticizing anything done by Stevie, Marvin Gaye, Sam Cooke, or Curtis Mayfield. They taught me and they inspired me. When the press asked for my reaction, I couldn't even discuss it. Didn't even want to play into the hands of the media hungry up and comers. But wait a minute, Kels, one reporter asked. This young singer has given his opinion of you. Shouldn't you respond? No, I insisted, because opinions should be born out of the right motive. Those opinions you're discussing only come from people looking for publicity for themselves. I'm going to repeat that. No, I insisted, because opinions should be born out of the right motive. Those opinions you're discussing come only from people looking for publicity for themselves. That's all you have to say, he asked. One other thing I asked. Elephants don't swat flies. I'll say that again. Elephants don't swat flies. Take it as you may. I wasn't looking for publicity. I was still in search of new musical galaxies. In 1996, documentary When We Were Kings had a powerful impact on me. The film captured the intensity before the heavyweight championship battle between George Foreman and Muhammad Ali. The film showcased champions of the sports world, Ali and Foreman, and the champions of the music world, James Brown, B.B. King, and Wayne Henderson. These champions drew attention back to Africa and the motherland. I will never forget the footage of Ali traveling all over with his children and adults and everyone screaming, Ali, Bonafide, Ali, Bama. Ali's obvious love for Africans and their unshakable faith, confidence, and deep ancestral love for him were inspiring. As a son of Africa, I wanted some of that. I wanted to feel my homeland, touch it, experience it, and sing about it. I felt a deep spiritual connection with a place I've never been. I wanted to interrogate its rhythms and harmonies and meld its music with my music. I had longer to go to Africa and to see motherland for myself, but I never had the opportunity. And since the court case came up, I couldn't even travel outside the country because my passport had been taken away. I heard that I was known there, but I didn't feel this was the right time for a visit. I also felt I needed to make an African album first. I heard a lot about the problems in some, not all parts of Africa: poverty, war, and the lack of things we take for granted, clean water, for example. I was also aware of the spread of fatal diseases like AIDS and malaria. The idea of viruses and how they spread and affect people got me thinking. What if there was a positive virus? Something that if people got infected with, it would spread healing instead of sickness. In a way, that's what music is: a virus that spreads hope and joy. If it can bring healing by bringing people together, that's the virus that the world needs. So when I set out to write the songs for what I call the Africa album, I knew that I wanted to bring healing and love to my African brothers and sisters, a family that I had not even met yet. I'm a method writer. To prepare to record what I call the Africa album, I brought every DVD and book on Africa I could find. I took some of them to the studio and played them all around me. I had posters and maps of Africa hanging on the walls. I had my assistant convert the chocolate factory into Africa. We brought in grass and sand, and everyone coming into the studio had to dress in safari gear. I wanted to bring in as many props as I could so I can get deeper into the spirit. As I sang, everywhere I looked, I saw Africa. I tapped into the spirit and felt all the energy, tragedy, joy, sadness that my ancestors had experienced. The rhythms came out, the melodies emerged, the harmonies fell from the sky. Don't ask me how or why, but I was singing songs with songs entirely new, yet incredibly old and strangely familiar. My idea was to give the Africa album away in Africa, like a free vaccine, as a way to spread healing and inspiration. Needless to say, the record company did not support the idea of the album all inspirational music. It wanted me to get back to sexual songs that are my trademark. It also didn't understand the concept of giving away music. So for a while, the record sat on the shelves in the chocolate factory. But little by little, I managed to get a lot of Africa album out over the years. The song, Let Your Light Shine, was released to raise money for victims of Hurricane Katrina, a tragedy that affected me deeply. I got to perform the song on the BET telethon, but I could barely get through the song, thinking about what happened to the people in New Orleans. Heal It and Victory, two songs of the Epic album, a collection of my inspirational songs, were originally written for the Africa album. It was like living in an African dream, but it was nothing like the dream that came true when I actually visited the motherland. Trial. Trial. May 9th. Okay, y'all. May 9th, 2008. And it's a coincidence, May 4th is his sentencing day this year. May 2008, the final legal nightmare was about to underway. Amid all the media hoopla, the day was finally here and a day of reckoning. 2 weeks before the trial, though, a woman popped out of nowhere with a new accusation. Our private investigators checked her out. They advised me that she was not a credible witness. Nonetheless, my attorneys were nervous. This was the first time I saw them sweat. They said they thought I should cop a plea. But I'm not guilty, I said. We know that, but you'll get less time if you cop. And we're not liking the way the jury is looking. Well, I'm not liking the way the jury is looking. Wait, I'm sorry. Well, I'm liking the way the jury is looking. I counter. I think they believe. I don't think those people want me to go to jail. The prosecutors are offering you a deal that means only 8 months in jail. If the jury is looking to be against me, why is the prosecutor looking for a deal? I asked. Don't this sound familiar? What is again? I'm gonna say that again. It's gonna sound familiar to you guys. If the jury is looking to be against me, why is the prosecutor looking for a deal? I asked. Look, Rob, they asked. They said, you do what you want, but we're extremely nervous. 8 months isn't bad. What's bad, I said, is even one day. What's bad is the 7 years that I had this court case hanging over my head. One day in jail means that I've copped to these charges. How can I have a career behind that? 8 months is better than 15 years. My business manager motioned me into a separate room and said, Rob, I think the judge is against you and the jury will follow. I think you should take the deal. I snapped on his ass and said, man, don't ever go against me. I got God with me and I got my gut instincts telling me to do what's right. And I don't need you to tell me to cave in. He kept quiet as we went back into the room with the lawyers. You made a decision, Robert, they asked. I'm not copping to nothing, I said. Just do your job that I'm paying you to do. We will, they said, but don't say we didn't warn you. Before that moment, when people asked if I was afraid, I say, no, just a little scared. My attorney's words, though, put fear in my heart. Yet, my faith was still there. Faith got me to sleep at night before the trial. Faith got me up in the morning. Faith got me dressed and got me to that courtroom on time. Faith got me to stick by my decision, no deal. My lawyers managed to show that some witnesses who testified against me were angry for some personal reasons that had nothing to do with the case. Some of the witnesses contradicted themselves in their testimony, which made it even harder to believe them. Did this sound familiar? I'm going to read that again, y'all. My lawyers managed to show that some of the witnesses who testified against me were angry for some personal reasons that had nothing to do with the case. Some of the witnesses contradicted themselves in their testimony, which made it hard to believe them. Of all the witnesses who had testified against me, everyone was angry at me for personal reasons that had nothing to do with the case. One claimed I had promised him a recording deal. Another was mad that I didn't loan him money. Each was prejudiced. Each was looking for his 15 minutes of fame up there on that stand. My attorney, Ed Jensen, was an expert cross-examination, caught many of them in a web of contradictions. We're going to say that again. Each was prejudiced. Each one of them. Each was looking for 15 minutes of fame up there on that stand. My attorney, Ed Jensen, was an expert cross-examination, caught many of them in a web of contradictions. I knew my case was strong, but when the prosecutor stood and gave that closing argument, man, she was really strong. She almost had me believing I was guilty. She painted me as the most dangerous man on earth. She was downright brutal. I figured, though, that was her job. Tomorrow she'd be in another courtroom calling some other dude the most dangerous man in the world. Next was the closing argument of one of my attorneys. I just prayed that they be as persuasive as the prosecutor, and he was. He was great. The jury was instructed to deliberate, so we waited. An hour, then 2, then 4, then 6, then 7.5 hours, and we were told the verdict had been reached. How long did it take the jury this time? Was it 8? 9? Back in the courtroom, back to my seat, surrounded by my legal team. The wait was over. The judge had returned to the courtroom. Meanwhile, I was sweating. Then out of nowhere, a man handed me a card from his cigar shop. He whispered in my ear, I know you love stogies, and we love to have you out to try some of our merchandise. I gave him a half smile. I wasn't sure what his gesture meant. I told my attorney what just happened and asked him if it was a good sign. Yes, he said, but he wasn't smiling. Finally, the judge entered and called for the jury. As they walked in, I watched their faces. Count for count, the judge asked the chief juror what they had found. I heard the words, not guilty, spoken 12 times, not guilty on every count. Over and over again, I said, thank you, Jesus. Thank you, Jesus. Thank you, Jesus. The policemen in the courtroom, who up until the verdict had been read, acted like real hard asses, were now smiling and shaking my hand. I felt like the world was hugging me. Heaven was hugging me. Someone from MTV managed to snag an interview with my attorney immediately after the trial. My lawyer broke it all down, explaining exactly why the jury had found me not guilty. The prosecution's star or surprise witness never took the stand, including the woman that the prosecution believed to be the woman in the tape, in spite of the deposition of the contrary. The Chicago Sun-Times reporter Jim Drea, who wrote the story and was the first to receive the supposed tape, took the fifth and refused to testify. Instead, jurors had to rely on testimonies of con men and hustlers, he explained. He specifically mentioned one individual, the fiance of the state's key witness, and an attempt to solicit a payoff from me. He is an absolute extortionist and tried to extort me personally, my attorney told my MTV. I was angry about that. I was upset about that. I went down there and they absolutely hit me for $350,000 that Mr. Kelly was supposed to pay. As for me, I was too emotional to give any interviews. After the verdict was read, I went to the bathroom and broke down and cried. I had to share that moment with my mother in heaven. I could feel her crying alongside of me. The moment one flood of the tears ended, I burst into another. I just couldn't stop crying. I couldn't stop thanking God as I left the courtroom. Tears flowed freely as people blew kisses, slapped me on the back, and congratulated me or wished me well. I was so dazed I felt like I was being kidnapped. When I got to my car, my boys snatched me inside. Marvin Sapp, the gospel great, was blasting on the radio, singing the song I've sung in my shows. I never would have made it, praising the one and the only God who saw me through. Within minutes, my phone was blowing up. People who had testified against me were actually calling to apologize, to say that they really hadn't meant it. Did I forgive them? Yes. I forgave everybody. I just wanted to get back to my normal life. Where do you want to go now, my crew asked? McDonald's. I got to get a double cheeseburger and fries. Victory. There's just clips from that video. Victory. Pictures. Clips from that video. My dream was about to finally come true. I had visited Africa, and now after the trial with my passport restored, the time was right. My first trip to Africa in July 2009 was a monumental time. I was invited to perform at 2 VIP concerts at the close of the Rise African Fashion Show Awards, an annual event that spotlight up-and-coming African fashion designers. It was an experiment like no other. My African fans came out in droves to the concerts in Johannesburg, Cape Town, in Nigeria. Most fans there had grown up listening to my music but had never seen me. Because the visit was a long time coming, I was overwhelmed by raw, pure love. The last time I had that feeling was back when I was street performing. My first visit to Africa reminded me of a time when there was no pressure to live up to the megastar's image. African people just accepted me and loved me without really even knowing me. It was one of the highlights of my career and the beginning of a relationship that would help me define the global significance of my music. While there, I felt like Ali. I jogged in the streets with the kids. For 2 days, I ran drills and trained in the South African Army. Night after night, fans sang my name in their songs. I met Winnie Mandela. She took me on a tour. I was invited in Nelson Mandela's house, which had more security than the airport. I was humbled and honored to meet the great man, Manduba, as he is called by the people of South Africa, was surrounded by many of his children and grandchildren. One of his great-granddaughters was a fan of mine and wouldn't let me out of her sight. When I sat down at the piano to sing my song, Soldier's Heart, she stood on the front line, and you stood on the front line. You led the way right out of the darkness. You could have let us go astray. You were ready to die for the sake that takes a soldier's heart, and dedicated it to her grandfather. Meanwhile, back at the States, I realized my 9th studio album, Untitled, in 2008. I originally planned to release it as 12-play fourth quarter, but when all the material leaked by the way of internet, I had no choice but to scrap the idea and start from scratch. In the meantime, a management associate suggested that I release my first mixtape for the streets to tide fans over while I started recording again. This was how the demo tape Gangsta Grills remixes of the most popular R&B hip hop standards and some of my original work came to be. It was also around the same time that I was approached by Clive Davis to work with Whitney Houston on her comeback album. I did 2 songs for the album, and one of them, I Look to You, was the first single released and the number 1 hit for Whitney. The Untitled album debuted in December 2009 at number 4 on the Billboard's 200 chart with the big club hit Superman High, featuring OJ, the Juice Man, Carrie Hilson, and I sang number 1, another smash. Untitled was a sexy record where many other songs like Echo, which had me yodeling, took me in a new vocal direction. I also produced a song called Pregnant, which blended my voice with Tyrese, Robin Thicke, and The Dream. When I wrote it, I was thinking of how Quincy Jones had done something similar with Barry White, El DeBarge, I'll Be Sure, and James Ingram in The Secret Garden. I wanted to challenge myself to see if I could do something just as lush and beautiful. For me, Untitled is still the undiscovered jewel. I don't think it got the kind of promotion it deserved. Soon after the release of Untitled, my long-term consultant and producer of Trapped in a Closet, Ann Carly, told me that the FIA, the International Association that governs world soccer, was seeking submissions for the special album being created for the World Cup games, which will be held in South Africa. The first time in a World Cup match will be played on the continent of Africa. They were also looking for 3 special songs to present the games: the World Cup mascot's theme, the closing ceremony, and finally the anthem of the 2010 World Cup. Anne suggested that I write and submit something. She warned me that it was a long shot, that every artist in the world was trying to get into those shots, and that even though I had been found innocent of the case, many corporate brands still may shy away from any association with me. With my basketball mentality, I can get really competitive. The opportunity to have my song considered as an anthem for the World Cup games and the fact that it was a long shot got my adrenaline pumping overtime. I went to the bookstore and bought every book and DVD it had on soccer and immersed myself in research. I watched soccer on TV and ran drills with the Chicago Field Soccer Club, which was one of the U.S. teams, to get a better feel for the game. I watched Invaders, the Clint Eastwood film starring Morgan Freeman and Matt Damon about how Nelson Mandela used rugby to help unite the people in South Africa during the 95 Rugby World Cup game. I didn't want to write a song that was just about soccer or the World Cup. I wanted it to be bigger than that. I believe music can guide us into a world of peace. I wanted a song that would speak to the humanity of the global scale. I dug deep inside to find something the world inspired people like I Believe I Can Fly had inspired millions. But in the same way I believe I Can Fly wasn't just about basketball, I wanted another song that explored the known and the unknown. We're now missing love in this world. We know we love to survive, but we don't know how to get there. I searched for the words that spoke to the healing possibilities of love. In my mind, my trial and the victory were still fresh in my mind. I always said that the depth of my struggle will determine the height of my success. If there's no fire, there's no scream. If there's no scream, no one will hear you or come to your help. No continent has struggled more than Africa, especially South Africa, and the sign of victory is a testament to its struggle. It's about what Africa's been through, what's going through, and mainly what Africa will overcome. I can feel the spirit of the nations, and I can feel my wings riding the winds. Yeah. I see the finish line just ahead now, and I can feel it rising deep within, and that's the sign of victory. Okay, so this is pictures of him when he had traveled over to Africa. It's another picture. I actually. Oh no, that's not. I thought that was a picture. I thought that was a picture of him when he was actually at the airport and he was greeted. But I don't know. Part of the rules for the World Cup anthem was that the song include a performance by an African artist or group. As this was a massive global event that would shine the spotlight on the world in Africa, they wanted to make sure the local African talent got some of that glow as well. I reached out to my label in South Africa and asked them if they would help me find a choir to sing on the track. They introduced me to a South African gospel choir, the Soulacoaster Spiritual Singers. After watching some performers' footage and listening to their music, I knew that they would be perfect. The song would not be complete without the unique gospel touch, so I arranged to record it with the choir. They combined the chorus of heavenly African voices and gave the song the stamp of authenticity. I was humbled when I cannot pronounce that name, the co-founder of the Soweto Spiritual Singers described our effort. The song embodies the story of South Africa, hope, strength, and triumph over adversity. It is an uplifting message of victory. It blends R&B and pop with the Soweto Spiritual Singers, Zula, choral chants, and African musical influences. Although Sign of Victory was a custom made for the event, we had to wait several weeks before we found out if the song would be accepted for the official album. I was blown away when I learned it was selected as official anthem for the 2010 World Cup games. It was also the first track on Listen Up. I felt like instead of dominoes falling down, things were starting to go the other way. It was dominoes up, and the Sign of Victory was the first domino to stand. The opening ceremonies of the World Cup was scheduled for June 11, 2010. As the newly built soccer stadium in Jonesboro, artists from the album, along with more than 150,000 artists, dancers, singers, praise poets, drummers, flag bearers, ever were invited to perform in the opening ceremony. I was to have the honor of performing the official anthem and was excited about my second trip to Africa and the opportunity to get another taste at the unconditional love that I had experienced. So his first trip to Africa was in July 2009, and the second trip was around June 11, 2010. I wasn't sure who'd be there to greet me when my plan. So that was his second. The picture was the second trip. Sorry, I wasn't sure who'd be there to greet me when my plane touched down. My hopes were high, but I just didn't know if my African fans cared enough to greet me at the airport. Well, they showed up by the thousands. Newspaper accounts put the number at 10,000. Getting off the plane and seeing the sea of beautiful black faces looked biblical to me. I was in tears. I dove into the crowd so my spirit would go out to the people. When I finally made it to the car, I jumped on the roof so my fans could see me as I pumped my fists in the air. I love going where I'm celebrated, not just tolerated. This trip to Africa was a straight up celebration. The day before the World Cup opening, I attended the Fan Feast in Cape Town with the executive mayor to take part in the special celebrations of Nelson Mandela. During the Grand Parade World Cup opening ceremony, I stood beside Plato when he stepped out on the balcony of the Cape Town City Hall, which is the mayor, City Hall, over tens of thousands of fans. This was the same balcony from which Mr. Mandela made his first speech upon his release from prison in 1990. We were there to make the light that symbolizes the everlasting light provided by Mr. Mandela's legacy. I felt very honored to be the first to light the eternal flame of the mayor. Once it was lit, with arms outstretched and with the beautiful lyrical African accent, Plateau shouted, "Can you feel it?" The crowd cheered wildly. After the lighting of the eternal flame, we went on the stage area where I had been asked to sing "I Believe I Can Fly." Now, I really didn't have an opening song planned for the occasion, but the mayor's words, "Can you feel it?" kept repeating in my head. The Soweto spiritual singers went on before me, and they were singing a wonderful chorus with incredibly addictive beat. The air was filled with the sound, and an African-born, almost like a supersized kazoo that gives off a piercing, majestic, and say annoying sound. This The sound became the soundtrack for the entire trip, as if it was for celebrations, sporting events, any kind of occasion where people were expressing joy or excitement. From backstage, I asked the choir to continue to sing out the anthem when I took the stage. They did. I walked out on the stage singing, "Can You Feel It?" And then the crowd went wild. I quickly slid into "I Believe I Can Fly," and the place erupted. It was truly humbling to see all these people from very young to very old on a continent far from Chicago singing my song, and they knew every single word. While I was singing "Fly," in the back of my head, the lyrics for "Can You Feel It" were forming. I was on stage singing one song while mentally scribbling another. I told one of the camera crew to make sure that he got the opening of my performance so that I could have the recording for a reference. I promised myself that I'd complete the song once I got home, and I did. More than 85,000 fans were screaming and waving and blowing when I arrived at the soccer stadium for the opening ceremonies of the World Cup. It seemed like everyone was in accord, showing great love. There were soccer fans from all over the world, each representing their country and their favorite team. Especially excited were the South African fans, rooting for their national team, Bana, Bana Bafina, who were competing in their first match against Mexico. Nelson Mandela himself will be in the crowd, and Joanne Kelly's son will soon be performing "Sign of Victory" with this great man in the audience. The energy of the crowd shot into me like electricity. There was just no other way to describe it. The crowds, all the love, all the energy, the spirit of Africa electrified my senses all at once. As I was on my way to the dressing room beneath the stadium, where I was to change and wait for my cue in the ceremony, a few people from the group I had been traveling with came running towards me. Somehow I could read their spirit. They were bringing bad news, which I did not want to hear, especially before my performance. I tried to get them to restrain themselves and hold off or whatever it was they had to tell me until hours later, but the news just couldn't wait. Nelson Mandela's great-granddaughter had been killed in a car accident. They said Zanani is gone. The words went through my heart like a bullet, but there was nothing I could do but go on the field. Where the crowd saw me, they were screaming and going crazy, and the sound was like a gigantic swarm of bees, dressed all in black, but for the gold hood and sneakers. Backed in the powerful Swawito spiritual singers, I began a performance in a crouched position. I stood and sang the most powerful rendition of Sign of Victory that I could muster. I sang for Zinani and her great-grandfather. I sang for the grandfathers and the grandmothers and all the fathers and mothers and all the brothers and sisters who had lost someone they loved. I sang to 85,000 people in the stadium that day, and that 2 billion people around the world was watching. I sang love from itself. So we know that in 2009 and 2010, he spent a great amount of time in Africa. I think this is like the last chapter, close to the last chapter, and he's still in Africa. I'm pointing out these facts, so I hope y'all picking up on it. Hands across the world. Music can be the calm after a deadly storm. Delivering the comfort was the reason I released the single "Let Your Light Shine" in 2006 as a tribute to the victims of the survivors of Hurricane Katrina. Rise Up in 2007 after I heard about the massacre of the innocent students in Virginia Tech. I came back from Africa with a deeper understanding of myself and a strong desire to do even more with my music. What dwells within this global in my music speaks all languages. I became obsessed with the idea of world peace and accomplishing it through the brotherhood of music. Music will pave the way. This was the motivation behind Epic, an album of some of my inspirational records, the world's greatest, If I Could Turn Back the Hands of Time, I'm Your Angel, I Believe I Can Fly. It also included 5 new ballads among Can You Feel It, the song I heard in my head while performing in Cape Town, The Sign of Victory. I decided to include a couple of songs from the Africa album collection as well. The prelude, Heal It, and the song Victory both fit perfectly with the album's inspirational theme. Fireworks was another song inspired by the World Cup. I wrote and recorded it the day that I got the news about the Sign of Victory being chosen as the official anthem. In my mind, I could only see fireworks of the ceremony. My joy is recorded in that song. I believe was an inspiration by the election of Barack Obama as president of the United States. The song came to me when he was still running for office. Usually, when I wrote inspirational songs, I see myself as a hero trying to save people with music. As my involvement with Africa deepened, I had a strong desire to work with more African artists, so explore African talent to strengthen my connection with Africa, the homeland. It didn't take long for the desire to become a reality. A few months after the World Cup ceremonies, I was approached by representatives from Rockstar 4000, Sony Music Africa, and Airtel. They asked if I would participate in 1-8 project. The concept was to create the first Pan-African supergroup to be formed by 8 of the biggest artists and groups from across Africa. I was asked to be one of the 1-8. They were looking for a well-known international artist to lend his or her name to help expose African music and talent to audiences across Africa and around the world. I was asked to write and produce a song with a group of superstars from all over the African continent. My goal was to produce a song that rang out all over the world. When I sang with everything I had been through. The song needed to be something that would convince people of all colors and all nationalities that they all can come out of poverty or overcome whatever problems they're dealing with, and that they can fly too. I hadn't met with any of these artists before I attempted to write their song. All I had to all I had was video messages and samples of their music that they had sent me. Each artist had a unique style and characteristics. It was a true challenge, but I live for challenges, especially those that help me grow as a songwriter, singer, and a music producer. After getting a handle on the individual styles, we rearranged to have all the artists flown to Chicago to record Hands Across the World, the song I had created for the 1-8 project. Usually, when I work with American artists, I have some idea of their musical range, what they can and cannot do. I also know that when they're being real and not so real. I'll show you guys this. That's some studio. Winnie Mandela. Okay. With the 1-8 artists, everything was real. I love having fun with my music. I also love working with different people and different genres of music and different talents and gifts. It also helps stretch my talents and abilities. Africa to America, everywhere come on and spread some love. We got faith and with a little hope, I believe that we can heal the globe. It's time to open our eyes and see that all we need is you and me. Unities like harmony, so let me see you stretch your hands across the world. Hands across the world, I'm reaching out to the poor people, the sick, and the alone. I'm reaching out to the fortunate who can build their own homes. I'm reaching out to the ones who seem to have lost their way. I'm calling on the ones who can show them a brighter day. I will forever be humbled by the soul-to-soul connections with the members of my African family. I consider continuing my African experience among the highest highs of my solar coaster. Thank you, Mom. Thank you, Miss McLean. Thank you, God. It says here, I want my song to go beyond what I wrote it for and perhaps touch people all around the world and inspire. It's extra special doing here in South Africa, more special than anywhere else. He said, because I believe that humanity and the spirit of people and the DNA all started right here in Africa. Love letter. With my music, I'm always switching lanes, making U-turns, going forward to new destinations, or traveling backwards to familiar places. I don't rest. I don't resist the journey. I feel like I have this musical time machine that I can just get in and travel anywhere I want to. With my time machine, I want to stay rooted in the music that made me while creating songs based on current experiences and inspirations. It feels good knowing that people depend on you to come up with songs that make them want to make love, to get on the dance floor, or to do better, or to be better fathers, mothers, men, and women. But with all the fame, fortune, media attention, I'm also struck with the thought that this is an awesome responsibility. This is why it's important for artists to tap into the spirit of music. Every now and then, it's important to tap into the spirit of the great so that we can extend legacies. Hopefully, someday somebody will be in the studio trying to tap into the musical spirit of R. Kelly. That's what this whole thing is about. It's the power of music. Generation after generation, music is God's miracle channeled through his children who express his gifts. Our job is to just keep the miracle of his music alive, express it to the best of our ability, and pass it on to those who follow. My legacy is important to me. After I am gone, I want to be remembered for my music and the way my music touched people around the world. I want to be remembered as a songwriter, a singer, a performer, a producer, and a good father. And I honestly want to be remembered as one of the world's most versatile artists of my era. All of this was on my mind when I decided to produce my next album, Love Letter. It had gotten to the point where every time I switched on the radio, I could hear the sounds and the riffs. I was flattered, but I was also concerned. This new generation, unfamiliar with my original work, might think that I'm copying what they hear on the radio. When in reality, I'm just doing me. I didn't want Love Letter to go to the future because I didn't want it to get ahead of myself. Excuse me. I didn't want to stay where I was, look to the side and see another version of myself, my current self. Instead, I got into my musical time machine and set the dials back to the 20 and 30 and 40 years. When I landed, I found myself hanging out with Sam Cooke and Jackie Wilson. Spiritually and musically, I shook hands with them, soaked in their essence. They became my teachers, fathers, uncles, big brothers. I put myself in their time zone. And when I returned to the present, I brought armfuls of new and exciting goodies. I decided that Love Letter would be the concept album, an entire CD unified by the theme of love. I love doing concept albums more than any other kind of album. They allow me, in a way, to get dressed up musically. It's not a freestyle situation. I set boundaries for myself, and the music must stay within those lanes. Love has never failed. It has won every battle. Today and forevermore, love will go undefeated. With Love Letter, every song had to be about love, old fashioned LOVE. So I programmed myself musically to come up with love filling tracks, songs both romantic and sexy, yet classy, like back in the day. I had to set the proper mood in my studio. On my big screen TV, I projected pictures of guys like Ray Charles and Marvin Gaye. I wanted to see their faces. I wanted them with me as I wrote songs, practiced lyrics, and laid down the tracks. I knew these men, like all men, had their struggles. They weren't They went through their trials and tribulations, but through it all, they had a heart for music and a love for people. That love shined through in every song they sang. I have the same heart for music, that same love for people. I didn't want to be R. Kelly or Kales or the Pied Piper of R&B or the Weatherman. I wanted you to feel the mama's boy inside of me. I wanted you to feel Robert. I wanted the sweetest part of my soul to touch the sweetest part of yours. I saw the album as an actual body of songs. One arm, then another arm, a head, a leg, a foot, another foot, a nose, a smile, two smiling eyes, not just a collection of individual songs. I conceived the love letter as one single letter. As one single, a letter filled with heart, tears, and passion on each page. I had originally planned for the love letter to be my next album. As I often do, I was working on material for 2 albums at the same time. Love Letter and the project that I thought would be the next up was Zodiac, a continuation of 12 Play concept. I even came up with a new name for myself for that album, January Boy, because I'm a Capricorn. But then a song so powerful came into the studio that it took over, and there would be no question that it was going to be my next record. When a Woman Loves was the first single. Just as a righteous woman in the back is the backbone of a man, a woman's true love can be the backbone of an album. After all, a woman's love, actually 2 women, Joanne Kelly and Lena McGlynn, made me who I am. In the love letter, I'm singing about the love that comes from a mother, a grandmother, and a great-grandmother. I'm singing about the love that comes from your fiance, your wife, your daughter, your granddaughter. It's the kind of love that keeps on going and growing. I don't even consider when a woman loves a man a song, really. It's like the heart that keeps the body alive. Singing it was challenging because it was written in the mode of Jackie Wilson. Like so many other great artists back then, Jackie had a powerful voice. He belted out every note. He cried out every lyric. There was no half-stepping. Sam Cooke was my spiritual soulmate, so I wrote, "Drop down on my knees, please, for a woman's affection." I love that style and believe it was missing in songs heard on the radio today. Love Letter brings those powerful styles and that heart and soul connection back to the mainstream. Classic. 2 more chapters, y'all. Parts of the video for When a Woman Loves a Man. Radio Message is a story set in the 50s. Before using cellular phones, texting and tweeting became the norm. It's about a guy who did his girl wrong and wants to make up. He's written her, but she won't write back. He gets this crazy idea. He heard about a contest on the radio. The contest a radio station is running. The next call on the line gets 2 tickets and a limo ride to the concert. He knows his girl loves the radio and figures if he's the next caller, he could plead his case on the air. Maybe she'll be listening. So he makes this desperate attempt, and sure enough, his call gets through. He gets to plead his case in the form of a song, crying, "This is a radio message to my baby, and I'm begging her to come back." Number 1 hit is another song that compares a lady to a smash hit. Having been blessed with many number 1 hits, I know the tremendous adrenaline rush that comes with your very own top of the chart winner. So I wanted to compare that feeling to falling in love. That's why I said we went past gold and our love blew up. I sang that she is my Elvis and Priscilla, my Michael Jackson's Thriller, Smooth Operator by Sade, and baby, let's not forget 12 Play. You are my Titanic, my movie star, my Coming to America, my Avatar. Avatar, by the way, is a movie I had seen 6 times. It gets better each time. Now, not feeling the love was written for Michael Jackson. We lost him before he could sing it. So the love letter, I'm singing it to Michael. For Michael and True, he can never leave us. Michael Jackson is a part of our lives. His music is so deep in us that nothing can erase it. The highlight of my career so far is working with Michael. I'm humbled by the fact that I had the opportunity to work with the greatest man ever to make music. The best way I can express my love for Michael is to make sure my music honors his legacy. Marvin Gaye is also present on 2 of the songs. When you talk Silky, you're talking Marvin. But we also talking about haunting perfect harmonies. Marvin put harmonies on top of harmonies. Even when his life was filled with disharmony, when he got to the studio, everything became harmonious. In the studio, what was crazy turned sane, what was ugly turned beautiful, what was hurtful turned healing. In the studio, God took over. I had to make that feel good Motown vibe, so I wrote Love Is and sang like Marvin singing to Tammy Terrell. My Tammy is K. Michelle, singer songwriter and my mentee. K. Michelle and I play catch with the melody, and neither of us ever drops the ball. The deeper the deeper Marvin moment comes with Music Must Be My Lady. For years, I said I'm married to music or I'm pregnant with it. Music has been the one girl I will never leave and the woman who will never leave me. Music lays out melodies like for me, like my mother used to lay out clothes. Yes, sir, must be a lady. I know that in writing Love Letter, God once took over. He gave me this gift and he demands that I don't take it for granted. Love Letter received 3 Grammy nominations, including Best R&B Album and Best International R&B Performance for both When a Woman Loves and Radio Message. My life story with all the challenges and awards has been one long love letter. God knew it was time for Robert to use his love and be real with his gift. Check out this picture. Dominoes up. Sometimes I feel like an alien born on a planet called music, where there's nothing but sound. Sometimes, even in the midst of thousands, I feel alone because no one, including me, understands my mind, my creativity, and how I'm hardwired. I've been honest about my inability to read words like normal people. I simply don't see words, I see music. I'm okay with that, it's a part of the gift. I'm also grateful that my incredible children have not been afflicted with my problem. They can all read and write better than their father, and I'm so very proud of them. When asked if I consider myself a genius, I say no. I can't call myself a genius, but I'm on the way. I feel like I haven't been fully introduced to my gift. I always feel like there's something bigger and better out there for me. It's like I'm stuck on a runway waiting for the best flight ever. In countless interviews, people ask me, if you can go back and change anything about your life, what would it be? My answer, not a damn thing. I wouldn't change the poverty. I wouldn't change the abuse or the pain. Even though I had some struggles and downfalls in my life, I'm still standing, strong, confident, and feeling good about life and love. I have no regrets whatsoever, simply because whatever I've gone through has made me the man and artist I am today. Chapters in my life continue to unfold, revealing mysteries I never knew about myself. Just as I was finishing this book, the strangest thing happened one late, juicy Tuesday night in Chicago. I had just finished hooping and was feeling pretty good about my team. We had won 20 games in a row. I noticed 2 middle-aged, neatly dressed women I had never seen before approaching the court. I was recovering from emergency surgery to remove an abscess the size of a golf ball on my throat, a situation that had gone untreated for over if had gone untreated for another 24 hours would have destroyed my voice forever and would have and even killed me. The women had read about my hospitalization in the papers and drove 4 hours to check up on me. The plot thickens. The women, whom I never seen before in my life, claimed to be my aunts, sisters of my father I had never known and was told had abandoned me and my mother when I was born. The women had a different version of the story. My father, they said, was so present at my birth. He dearly loved my mother and me, and they said he had died when I was 2 years old, shot to death in a bar. Is any of this true? I have no idea. But I have to find out. It's another piece of the puzzle that is me. Another trapped in a closet cliffhanger, another twist or turn of the solar coaster of my life. After I write this, I begun yet another chapter in my life. I've come out of my suburban cocoon, moving out of the Olympus film home and up into a deluxe apartment in the sky. Every night I gaze down on Chicago, the beautiful city that raised and fed me, the skyscrapers that had helped me hit some of the highest notes. The chocolate factory was no longer in my basement. It's bigger and better ever, still my sanctuary. The chocolate factory keeps operating at full capacity. The R. Kelly 4.5 part of me feels like I'm just starting out, like I'm still on the runway of my career, getting ready to take off. As always, I was working on more than one project. I was thrilled to be asked to write new songs for the remake of the movie Sparkle and have my songs stand next to Curtis Mayfield's classics. Write Me Back, the follow up to Love Letter, will be out by the time you read this. It's me stepping back into my musical time machine and having a ball. I got to imagining that I was Barry White or Teddy Pendergrass or Ray Charles. There's even some Smokey and Stevie in there too. As the radio on my head keeps playing and sending me songs in all different forms, not just R&B, but also pop, rock, and even country. Don't be surprised if I get inspired to put out a country music album someday. The, excuse me. The alien that was trapped in the closet is getting ready to visit Earth again. I know everyone wants to know what the package is. Get ready. You're about to find out. There are artists of all kinds knocking on my door looking for new songs, asking me to drop a verse on their songs or looking for remixes. I'm grateful that they've come to me and given me the opportunity to share their gifts. Ideas are lined up on the runway in my head like airplanes at O'Hare. The moment one takes off, another is ready to go. There's still so much I want to achieve. Movies that I want to write and direct, and of course, do all the music. A, a one-man Broadway show and more music. Africa is calling, so is Europe. I love London and Paris. They're telling me Tokyo took the love letter to heart and wants me to sing it to them personally. I can't wait to get over there. I feel the same about China and Russia and every other part of the world. The world needs healing, and music is the medicine that heals. Besides the album, there were Caribbean and Latin and Brazilian inspired tracks still sitting on the shelves on the Chocolate Factory. When I created them as part of my music a virus project, I had the idea to give the music to the people in those areas for free as well to spread healing and inspiration. My record company wasn't exactly thrilled about that approach, but I was determined to get that music out one way or the other. I'm still amazed that the healing music came my way in such quantities. I don't know why I received this gift. I can't say I deserve it. I know that I'm not immortal, but my gift is a legacy. It takes a whole lot of mess to be this blessed. And I'm not here to win, but to touch. Sometimes my gift is my enemy. My head is like an overinflated balloon filled with sounds that swell my brain to the extent that I fear it might explode. When it does explode, I find myself in a new and beautiful music place. It's taken me a lifetime to know. It's taken me a lifetime to know myself, but I think I'm almost there. I'm at my best when I'm most wanted. And I know that most music lovers still want great music. And I know that as long as people are living on this planet and as long as they can relate to the real song about life, I'll always be in the game. So it is as a happy man that I come to the beginning of this book. Nope, I did not say the end. As far as I'm concerned, the Soulacoaster is just getting warmed up. It's been a crazy ride, but I know the best years are still to come. I give thanks to the Creator for for my life every day. It could have gone either way. The bullet I took while riding a bicycle as a kid could have been the end. Shame and disconnection because I couldn't read could have become my dead end. I have achieved what I have in this life because I was blessed with a gift and the love of two exceptional women who saw something in me that I did not and could not see in myself. I have been knocked to my knees. I have been betrayed, maligned. I have lost love and thrown it away. My heart has been broken and I have cried an ocean of tears. In the end, though, I am saved by my music. I am saved by God. I am saved by my God's gift of love. And if through my words and music I can pass on that gift to you, I'm the happiest man on earth. A boy born in Chicago's hood to a loving mother has been restored mightily. The boy became a man. The man faced a mountain of struggles, but the struggle still the determination. For all the storms behind him, the sun seems to always break through. There are sunrises ahead and still thousands of songs to sing and write. Songs that will help us have fun and party all night. Songs that will help us feel underlying joy of love. Songs that will lift earthly bound burdens and give us a little taste of heaven. Songs that call for harmony and peace and humanity. The solar coaster soars to the top. The solar coaster whirls to the bottom. But the boy holds on. The man holds on. He can't and won't let go. Even though I've had some struggles and downfalls in my music and in my life, I'm still standing strong and confident and feeling good about life and love. Did I read the word? I have no regrets whatsoever, simply because whatever I've gone through has made me the man and artist that I am today. Believe in your struggle. There you go. Let me see. Whew. Okay. This is one of the projects in Chicago. This is the South Side. His acknowledgments. First, he would like to thank God for the gift of music. I don't even know if I want to read these people. Let me see. His deep gratitude is to his mother, to Miss Lena McLean, Drea McDavid, Ann Carly, Eric Cluster, Clive Calder, Barry Weiss, Wayne Williams, Alan Mayer, Jerry McGolis, Kathy Carroll, and Jean Thaler. Tavis Smiley, who believed in this project from the beginning. Special thanks to my children, Joanne, Jaya, and Robert Jr., who I love so dearly. I thank God that you have been blessed with good health, and you share the gift of music that I got from your grandmother, Joanne Kelly, and your great grandfather. To all my fans around the world, I am forever indebted. I thank you from the bottom of my heart for supporting me during the highs and the lows of this ride throughout my career. Thank you for having my back. I will continue to share my musical gift with you as long as I am breathing. We done. Read that whole, yeah. I read this whole book in one day. Wow. Technically, I read the whole book twice in 2 days. That's the end. How y'all doing? Yes, free R. Kelly. Someone had mentioned earlier to do like a little short discussion, and I do have a little bit of time for that. Does anybody want to come on and we could talk about it a little bit? Cause I wanted to just talk about the trial part. It just seems so ironic that almost every single thing that was said he went through in 2008 with that trial. Why does it seem so familiar today? Is that just me? Let me hold on, y'all. I want to put in. I don't know how to do that. Let me see if I can put. Thank you, guys. I want to see how I can bring y'all in, but I don't want to mess around and end this by mistake because y'all know I don't know what I'm doing. Okay, wait. Hold on. Let's invite. Okay. Here we go. If anybody want to come in and chat for a few minutes, let's do that. If y'all can. What y'all think? Yeah, you are so welcome. Y'all don't have to keep thanking me. It's my pleasure. Thank y'all for staying and all these hours and listening. Appreciate you. Is there any takeaways? Anything? Or everybody just tired? It's 9:30 here, so I know it's probably late where y'all at. Mm. Oh, Native One, I'm so sorry. I wasn't seeing your messages, sweetheart. I'm sorry. I'm so glad y'all enjoyed it. Somebody said the devil has a plot, but God has a plan. Victory through Christ. What it say? Victory through Christ Jesus, Robert S. Kelly. Amen. R. Kelly will be bigger and better and richer. Man, ain't it just funny? Do y'all understand the purpose now on why he got no bond? Y'all understand? Because when he was out, I felt like he could control his own narrative. He did what he needed to do, and then that kept him going. And I always say, anytime you have a defendant and they walking in orange jumpsuits or handcuffs or being escorted in by deputies and stuff, that paints an image and that makes you look guilty. On the outside looking in, you look guilty. So it's better to try him in there than have him out. I don't feel we would have got the same results had he had been out on bond or. And one thing I didn't know there was a plea deal in 2008 that he said no to. This Oh, it's late. I'm so sorry, Native One. Yeah, T. Jones, a lot of lies uncovered. Yep. The same way he said, a lot of people was just doing this because they wanted something that they didn't get. He told them no, they was fired, whatever. Had nothing to do with the case, but they was willing to speak out against him because they were mad. A lot of it was so funny because it was said there were so many contradictions in the testimonies. Was there not a lot of contradictions in this trial, in the testimonies in this trial? I'm trying to understand how these things took place when he was out of the country most of the time. Late to the party said, I'm trying to understand how these things took place when he was out of the country most of the time. Exactly. That's Rena. In my opinion, I said the same thing. I feel like they studied the 2008 trial. They may have even read this book and they seen what they needed to do in order to make this trial a little bit different. And in my opinion, the first thing that jumped out at me was the fact that he got no bond and they kept him in there. So that's one thing they made sure he wasn't able to do because he spoke a lot about how being out, he was able to continue to do him and his fans was pushing they were sending letters to radio stations and demanding that they play his music. That's one thing we got to do. We got to stick together and we got to demand all together that they continue to keep this man music on the air and stuff. They wouldn't have been able to shut him down like that if we all stopped listening to him for not playing his music. It was the deal. It was a deal for this one, and again, he said no. Okay, Tanya, hold on. I'm glad you said that because I want to know that was you. If he had been given a bail, he would have been able to generate money to get better attorneys. I believe that as well. Tanya, can you click on that link? Will it let you come in? Just see if it'll let you come in for me. Please. Post it. Yeah, they had to do that Rico because um, that Rico was probably the only thing that keep him from getting a bond, and that was the one thing that is almost impossible. So that means that the Rico should have been the 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 most important thing for them attorneys to tackle. Absolutely, had he had got a bond trial, it may not have went that way. They definitely knew. They definitely knew what they were doing. So, if you guys didn't know how much of a spiritual man he was, this book just tells you. So, I feel like anything uplifting, any of these songs that he named, write out the lyrics and just send it to him in a letter. Um, tell him to continue, encourage him to continue to the same way he can write his letters. Tell him to continue to write his music, whatever he has to do to get it out. Just keep doing it because I don't think he said it in it was so many other ways, or he couldn't say it in no other ways. That music is his everything, and that was his prayer. His music is his prayer. So if y'all writing them letters and stuff and or emailing him, just let him know to keep writing his songs. Tell him to keep his most powerful prayer, his music, alive. I believe the trial was magnified. Um, I believe that your trial was magnified by the Department of Homeland Security's involvement. Absolutely. They kept denying bail and they added the RICO charge. Yep. Oh, it says you backstage.
Hey, Donnie.
Okay, I
Is
hear
that?
you. Do I got you? Oh, you got your screen blocked.
Yeah, I can't. I don't. I
Okay.
can't figure out
Okay,
how
I
to
just
do
wanted to
it.
make sure I wasn't doing that. I'm sorry. Hey, Tanya.
Hey, girl.
Let me see.
This book was. Oh my God.
What you think?
I need to. I need a copy of it ASAP. And it just told a whole different story. I mean, it explains a lot for real.
It explains because you think about it. This book was written in 2012. The trial that we just witnessed was from around that time, and it was from these same instances. So we
I
actually
think they
had his,
read this book.
huh?
I think they read this book.
I think they did too. I absolutely think they did too. And I actually think they studied the transcripts from the 2008 trial and they realized what they needed to do and the people that they needed to bring in order to, to keep him from beating his case. And I think at some point, I mean, I think even R. Kelly realized that
I
they
also
wasn't
think.
playing dirt, they wasn't playing fair in no way, shape, or
Mm-mm.
form.
No, and I also think it should have been illegal for them to stop him from making money. If you can't make money, you can't fight. I mean, you have to have a lawyer to fight your case. And if you blocked his money, how is he supposed to make money to pay
Every,
his lawyers and whatever is needed? I mean, they stopped his money.
absolutely. Every single thing that he said that kept him sane and helped him fight that trial and kept him uplifted, it's like they took that away. That he was kicked off the label. He left the label. He no longer had they funding in their back end. Stopped his money, like you said. And the bond is just a big thing. They took away his freedom.
Hmm. With no way to fight, with nothing left to fight with. I mean, and
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 notice even
I think I think too with his case that just finished, like the RICO was so egregious because you over flooded the jury with bad acts, like Jennifer has said. So you can't really fight that if you got all this bad stuff you bringing about him from
Hmm.
30 years ago. How is he supposed to have a fair trial if you are loading the jury with bad stuff? Does that make sense?
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. If that's all they hearing, at one point they're gonna say, well, you know what? This may not be true, but this is probably true. So if he did that, then he probably did this too. That's how they looked
Yeah,
at it. And in my honest opinion, I truly believe that that's why the Aaliyah part was so important to this case. They had to show that everybody else, it was just everything else was pretty much hearsay. They wanted to show, no, he's actually done this, he's actually done that. And that's what made the jury feel, okay, well, if you did this, then you probably did do that. You probably did do this. When some of that stuff probably should have never even entered the courtroom. It should have been blocked from the beginning.
exactly. And I think that's what Jennifer's probably going to do. She's going to have to fight the law with the law.
Yeah, because think
Uh,
about it. If Aaliyah could be used now, why wasn't Aaliyah used in 2008?
exactly.
So,
Exactly. Yeah, she's gonna have to fight the law with the law to win this, to get this appeal or get all this thrown out because they
yeah,
just over flooded the jury with just. I mean,
it
how
was
can he
too
fight? You
much.
can't really. Yeah, it was too much. You can't fight when you got all this. There's not enough good stuff to come in to fight all the bad they brought in.
Hmm.
Yeah, it was too much.
Yep. And I think, they looked at it as like, okay, so he was found, he was acquitted in 2008. I think this juror was like, we don't want to take the chance of being the ones to release him again. And then something like this come up. We don't want to be that jury. I think a lot of people was looking at it like, let him win on the, we rather he win on the appeal.
Yeah, I think somebody in the chat said, what was his original charges when he was arrested?
When recently,
Yeah,
for New York or Chicago. Let me see. Oh Lord, y'all finna, okay. Hold on. We finna look this up because I don't want to get anything wrong with that. Let me see. Um, Give me a second.
that's a good point. How was he having sex with Geronda when he was in Africa?
That's why certain parts, y'all, if I read it twice, it was because I was trying to make a point there. In July 2009, he was in Africa. In June of 2010, he was in Africa. And not to mention, she admitted on the stand that she was hopping over the gate. If you're in a relationship with this man, why you gotta hop over his gate? That never right with me to begin with.
And he wasn't even home.
And he wasn't home. She admitted for 5 hours straight to circling his house. If you're in a relationship with, well, who does that? If you're in a relationship. Okay, so his original charges. So his original charges will probably be the same ones he was acquitted for since they didn't drop anything.
Yeah, okay. I think someone in the chat was
It was
asking.
his it was 9 counts. It was racketeering, sexual exploitation of a child, kidnapping, bribery, sex trafficking, and the violation of the Mann Act.
Mm, mm, mm. And why
Yep,
wasn't her ass arrested for breaking in somebody's house?
because the guy who actually seen her breaking into his house was on the camp, was actually had testified, and he said that he witnessed, it was actually her and Dominique. He witnessed them going into the house. Why he didn't call the police, I have no idea. That is a good question.
That's crazy.
Y'all gonna make me go back to my notebooks asking how was he found guilty on the act of Geronda. Oh Lord. I ain't bring none of that
I
in
just
here with me.
I just recently looked at the jury um the verdict sheet,
Mm-hmm.
and most of his charges look like was because of Jane Doe 5 that he was convicted on. Like it was like 3 or 4. He was convicted more from the according to the jury sheet. It looks like it was more of jury number. I mean, number Azrael that he was convicted of.
It was all
More,
of them. It was all of them
yeah,
of the same
yeah. It was
count.
all of them, but for the same count.
Well, she was
Okay.
technically the only one when they got the exploitation of a child. She was the only one that they can consider a child based on the statute, um, the California laws, because she was the only one technically 17. But keep in mind, he
Even
lived
though
and
they lied
resided with her in Chicago,
in
where
Chicago.
17 is legal. He was on
Exactly.
tour in California, and she was 17. And in California, you have to be 18, but they couldn't even get the dates right on when he was actually there with her. But yeah, he was still convicted of that. She said it was at one particular time. The defense came back and proved that Rob was not there. He actually canceled that show, and he didn't go and do the California show till I think some months after. So what she was saying on the stand contradicted what his actual tour dates had said, and what the this was all the stipulated evidence that that the defense had brought in at the end. The itinerary for the tours, but it showed that he wasn't in California at the time that she said he was. So,
And it's
um,
odd, like someone saying in the chat, that not one juror has spoken out about any of this.
right, ain't that the jury from the 2008 trial? They was speaking as they was leaving out the building. That is weird, isn't it?
Yep. Someone
I
said it was
honestly think
they.
it's just more behind it, and nobody really wants to say much because I think they know that this man is gonna come out on the appeal. And when he gets to talking, no one wants to be that person that spoke out and said this, or you know, don't want to put themselves out there, because I do think he gonna win. I think even the motion is gonna get a lot of stuff thrown out.
Yep.
If not everything overturned. So if not get it
Yeah.
overturned, it's the least gonna get some stuff thrown out. And then so that'll be less that he'll have to appeal. And for anyone that don't know, he cannot appeal until after he's sentenced. So once he's sentenced, then they can go right in and start the appeal process.
And also, I believe also that um, the judge is going to be more agreeable with Jennifer, because I think, she, no matter how people may have thought that the judge was against Rod, I think she was more, from what I listened to you when you were given the when you were telling us about what happened in court. The
Mm-hmm.
judge, like, he was trying to tell him to get rid of one of his attorneys.
Doing the
A lot
Curcio
of,
hearing.
yeah, I
Mm-hmm.
think she, when it comes before, when Jennifer comes, because she's, agreeing to everything Jennifer's been asking, but I think when Jennifer goes and pushes these points in front of her, if that's how it goes, she's probably going to agree with a lot of stuff,
Yeah.
to be thrown out.
And then when you violate as much as this man constitutional rights as you did, no judge really wants to have all those strikes on them as to the stuff that they allowed to happen in a courtroom. Because if it has to go to the Supreme Court and the Supreme Court overturns this, then the judge had the option to do it before it reached the Supreme Court. I don't know if y'all understand, but that strikes on her. And so a lot of judges is not going to want that. So she may want to nip some of this in the bud. So because she immediately said after that verdict was read, I know you guys want to put in some motions. I know you guys want to, so you want to do that now. So it's almost like I think that she was kind of surprised herself. She constantly
They,
told the jury, this is a case of common sense. Use your common sense. You have the Instead of impeaching Azriel's testimony, she left that up to the jury to impeach that testimony, just like she left it up to Rob to dismiss one of his lawyers if he wanted to. She gave him the option of doing that instead of her doing it. However, she did say that if there was anything else to come out during that trial, that she would dismiss her from the case altogether herself. But she gave these people the options.
That's crazy.
Sorry, Felicia said God is going to overturn this. He needed to get Rob's attention to get rid of all of this dead weight. It was a part in the book where Rob had said, I read over it. He was physically captive for that his I'm sorry, my background is loud. It was a part where he said his physical is a prisoner so that his spiritual side can be released. Or something. He was gonna stay a physical captive until his spiritual side was released. So when people say this is a God thing, that's kind of what he felt like back in 2008. Almost the same thing. It's like a God thing.
Wow.
So be honest, do you think he will be free before 2020 is over with? Let me see. It says, so be honest, do you think he will be free before 20? I'm hoping and I'm praying. I mean, I think he should have been freed in September 2021. I think he should have walked out them doors with everybody else. Felicia, thank you so much. I really appreciate you. Thank you. I'm gonna check on my other phone. I don't know where it's at. Do you know if Kanik is still on the team? Do you know, Tanya?
Mm-mm.
I don't know. I'm pretty sure his new team consults with the previous team. I mean, not the new team, but like Jennifer. So I'm not sure what part any attorney is playing anymore. Let me see. They say it's like Jennifer said, lies have consequences. Absolutely. Who is John Doe at? Who do you think? Someone said, Terrell said, do you think he will get an appeal? Um, yeah, if the judge doesn't overturn with the motions, yeah, he gonna get an appeal. It's just something that they have to file. It's his right to appeal a verdict. Do you mean do I think he will win the appeal? He should have won the trial. He did win that trial, but for some reason it went another way. Um, what tour was he on? Which which tour? I believe the jury was staged. That's why I never seen or there. Hey, listen. When it comes to everything, there's no telling. Okay, Tanya, come in and let me know we come in again. Native one, but it sounded like at one point it sounded like in his book his old attorneys was doing almost the same thing as his new attorneys or his old attorneys. No, I am. Oh, I thought you asked me was I done. I'm sorry. Okay, there you go. Kinnick blew a hole in all the witnesses' testimony, which leaves room for Bun. Kinnick definitely did that. He definitely did that. I think he made that a little bit easier for her. So he did. He blew a hole in all of that. It was so many things that the judge didn't allow, you guys. Like it was just ridiculous. I don't understand that could have possibly helped on his side. But a lot of people say, why didn't they do this? Why didn't they do that? Y'all have to understand in July, when they was going to them hearings, when Kanik was first being brought in and they started the hearings before the trial, it was so much stuff that she said wouldn't be allowed. For example, they wanted to talk about all of this stuff that we heard in the book about the awards he had achieved, about all the good things that he had done. They wanted to talk about that. She wouldn't allow it. Instead, she told them that they would be allowed to bring in character witnesses that can talk about his character, but they couldn't talk about it. So it was kind of like their hands was tied. Jennifer motion is due on February the 4th. I believe the government has until February the 24th to answer that motion. And then if she needs to, Jennifer has until March the 10th to answer to their answer. Michelle, I'm assuming you'll be in Chicago in August. Chicago is home. So if I went to New York, I'm definitely gonna be in Chicago. I was scared. I was scared to go to New York. I don't like New York. Nothing against New York people, but I went, so I would definitely be at home in Chicago. That's probably be the next time y'all see me go live too. I'm gonna do the exact same thing that I did in New York. I will bring y'all whatever I need to bring you. Actually, if there's any hearings before August in Chicago, Felicia, make sure you reach out to me and let me know. But if there's any hearings in Chicago or in New York, 9 times out of 10, I'll be there too. No, Suburban Girl, I'm not back on. I just wanted to read this book. I'll come back if there's something going on with the hearings or something like that. But no, I'm not back on. Being on this YouTube is trouble. Can't be on here every day. Do you know how Jennifer got on the case? I'm gonna just say that people that love him, support him, and stuff reached out to her. A lot of people was reaching out. Thank you, Dottie, for definitely for all the help. You are truly a blessing. Thank you, Terrell. I really appreciate you. Could the jurors speak out despite it being a federal case? Once it's over, it's over. If you want, yeah, they could speak out. The if you guys ever wondered when the attorneys was walking past the I heard someone mention this before that no, the attorneys didn't try to speak out to the media when they was walking, and the judge had actually barred them for speaking to any media during that trial. So that's why they didn't stop and give and talk to any media platforms, Court TV, CNN, or anything like that, because they was barred from that. But once it was over, that's when Kanik was able to actually speak to them, and that was the reason why. Uh, Let me block these people. Where do these people come from? There won't be a Chicago. You know what? I like them judges in Chicago too. I think they're a lot more fair. Have you guys paid attention to the fact that in Chicago, with those judges, there hasn't been any new superseding indictments or anything like that added to the even in the state? I don't think they plan that. Yeah, I think a lot of, and then with them being men, I think they can relate a little bit more or something. But I paid attention to those little things, and then I paid attention to when you get New York, all the people that had the connections in New York, from all the attorneys to the Me Too, all the connections, and then it's different in Chicago. So 9 times out of 10, I think some judges would be like, you know what? If not throw the whole case out, at least dismiss a lot of those charges. I don't think it's no coincidence that Geronda is pissed off because now Chicago is calling her to be a part of the Chicago case when she thought she was going to be done in New York. That tells me it's 3 years later. Y'all still building the case and y'all still trying to find acute victims, alleged victims. So that tells me that something happened in Chicago, unexpected, and now they have to go and snatch up them same witnesses from New York and bring them to Chicago. So I just pay attention to the small stuff, y'all. Yeah, they not playing. Anybody got any more questions or anything? Cause it's gonna be 10 o'clock here, and I have to pick my daughter up from work and take her home. Mm-hmm. They're definitely more fair. The last thing that was done in the state court in Chicago is that the prosecution had asked to up his bond. If y'all remember, because the federal cases had came, so they brought him in that hearing, and they wanted to increase the bond, and that judge was like, "That makes absolutely no sense. Why am I increasing the bond if he's still being held with no bail with the federal and stuff?" So they was trying to play dirty. They was trying to get some more money up out of him, but that didn't happen. The judge said shut that down, and Rob wanted to waive all his appearances because at that time he was having that issue with being transported and them shutting the jail down just to move him, and the judge granted that. And it was one other thing I can't remember off the back that Greenberg had asked for, and it was granted. So the last time anything was granted before Jennifer Bongine came into the play, it was in Chicago. Yeah, pretty pink, but the way she's acting, she may be in the indictments, but the way she was acting, she felt as though that she was not supposed to be testifying in the Chicago case. She said she thought she was done. And Tiff makes you right. If they did have that, I'm gonna just pin that one. Did I pin it? Um, have you heard any new music? So Terrell, I went to his birthday party July 8th that was given by Reese, his promoter. It was at the Cajun Brewer, and they actually released a new song. I got it on the I recorded it. I told you guys I got the video posted on the YouTube, but I made it private. So if you want to hear it, I can send you the video so you can listen to it. But there was a new song that they released that night. Nothing nice. She wasn't supposed to be in New York. Yeah, it was that. I think it was that whole thing with the Mann Act, and the thing with the herpes that made it, that gave, and the feds can try you anywhere. It's the feds. They not they're not states, so they wanted to. They could have tried them over in Washington and Philly and Atlanta and all that. They could have did whatever they really wanted to do. Again, they did that in New York, I feel, because of the connections that was made in the beginning. Alvinati, Gloria Allred, all of those people come from New York. I will send it to you. Um, if you my friend on Facebook, you got to inbox me though, because I don't know where I was sending to. So inbox me. Just imagine all the melodies he got going through his head. They need to release this man right now. I can imagine. And then just think his songs is gonna take a whole new turn, because in this book he talked about how it was the real person, the Robert Kelly, and all the encounters that he met with real life people that inspired his music. So imagine the relationships that he's building where he's at now, and the new things that he's seeing. So his music is on a whole nother level now. I promise you, speak all the time that goes so overspoiled that attorneys was said it was redundant prior to the trial. But Alicia she got the case. Okay, you're not talking to me there. Terrell, I don't know if you heard, if you my friend on Facebook, inbox me, sweetheart, so I can send you the video. Unfortunately, that video is about an hour and something long because I was at the party and I was recording everything. But I do say at some part where, okay, this is his new song. I think it was had something to do with grudges or something like that. I was drunk, y'all. I'm sorry. Let's see, Felicia. Okay, y'all. Any other? Okay, my email address. Let me put that in here. I got you. Hold on. Let me look it up. Put the wrong thing. Do y'all got any other questions or anything? I know I don't be on here, but y'all, I'm following everything really closely. Felicia, I really appreciate you. Thank you so much. But I'm still following stuff. I don't know. I'm gonna put my email up in here. If y'all got questions, follow me on Facebook or something. I don't know. I have an answer. I will definitely share it with y'all. Okay, so there go my email. Melanie, there go my email. My Facebook is my name. I'm not tired, y'all. I'm but thank you for your concern. I appreciate it. But I'm really not tired. I like talking about this stuff because um I just feel like as we talk about it, we discover different things, and then these might be some things that can actually benefit him. So, we all put our heads together, and you may remember something that I don't remember, and the next person, and so on. We get together collectively, we might discover some things that the attorneys may not have seen, or they may have missed, or some any way that we can help. And this is about the only way that we can do it. So no, I'm not tired. Wasn't JP always in the Chicago indictments? I thought she was in the state, but I think the state is Heather Wood. I know Heather Williams is a part of the state. Where did you get that chair from? This not a Bulls chair. This my jacket. It's my jacket. I'm in my kids' room, y'all. It's the only place I get quiet. But this the chair. Where it come from, I don't know. They ordered it from somewhere. It's a game chair, I guess. Probably Amazon. Good night, Karen. All right, y'all. Well, thank y'all. I hope everyone is staying healthy. I had COVID. I pray for anyone else that's dealing with that, or know someone dealing with that, because it's not a good feeling whatsoever. So stay healthy. I love y'all. Free R. Kelly. I got to go pick up my daughter. If y'all want to email me, my email's in the chat. My name on Facebook's in the chat. I'll leave this video up. I'm not going to take it down like I do the rest, but I'm going to leave it up because I know some people was tired. Daddy, can you share some? May not. Suburban girl. I'm not gonna share it in this video because I have to go get my daughter and I gotta take her home. What I do is I always post in my community chat, y'all. I don't know if y'all following me or not, but I forever post something. I post on there more than I post on Facebook now. So I post a lot of those contributions that he did, everything that was named in the book, everything that I know, because it's stuff that growing up in Chicago that I know he did for the people in Chicago as far as funerals and all that kind of stuff. I post all of those all in my chat, and I'll post it on Facebook as well. So you'll have that. Um, and then y'all know, maybe I will come back and do a follow up. Just shoot me some ideas, and if it's something positive, I definitely come back and we can talk about that. But I got to know ahead of time because I got to do my research. I don't want to be sitting on here just feeding y'all anything. So if y'all have some ideas that y'all want to talk about collectively and as a group, I'm willing to come back on and we could do that and do whatever. But other than that, the next time y'all will probably see me will be at one of the hearings or at the trial. Okay, so if that's something that y'all want to do, hit me up. Everybody know how. Thank you, Native One. I appreciate you, Felicia. Thank you. Thank you for everybody that hit that Cash App. Again, you did not have to do that, but I greatly appreciate you. I love y'all. Stay safe. Stay healthy. Happy New Year. All of that. Y'all have a good night. Have a good night. Talk to y'all later.